Hello. Can you hear me? That's usually how it goes. Good morning, good evening. It's good evening for most of you guys. Good middle of the night. Uh, Not exactly the best time. I looked at my analytics. Not many of you guys are awake at this time. So I should maybe start at least an hour earlier next time that we do this. But hey, we live. Hey Taylor, good to see you. Hi Lucy. Lucy Lovebug. She's very she's very thematic with her profile pictures and things uh, as the seasonal. There you go, seasonal. So she's Lovebug now the uh, for the February month. Hello, Big Ship. Good to see you. Well, we did have a Cameron who had some things to say. If I go to Kitty's YouTube page, it has a different profile picture than the one below the video. Neither have pronouns, yet YouTube offers that as a feature. Shame, Kitsa. Shame. I'm so sorry. Figure out my pronouns. Um, but yes, I tried a new profile picture. It's going to change again because my husband's not that much of a fan of it. So I want him to like it at least. So yeah, I wasn't too sure about it, but that's the one that's there. And the reason that there's no change is that they verify it. It's a very big change to do. So it seems like it takes a while for the change to translate that. On Twitter, it's the same thing. They're like, "Oh, we will re-verify you," whatever. It's like, okay. Anyway, you look very nice. That shirt is cute. Thank you very much. It's actually a scarf. Yes, I did do makeup. Thank you. Thank you for noticing. Um, I've actually started. I dolled myself up. Yes. Listen, you can't be on screen with Brianna Wu um and Blair White and not wear makeup. Okay? Because they know how to do that stuff. Uh, so I definitely wanted to put in some effort as well, and I think I need to put in more effort as well just for streams anyway, so I thought I would do that. It's not too much, and also my skin irritates the shit out of me, so I feel a lot better having it rolled up the way it is. Also noticed the profile picture change. Yes, the profile picture, it was a fun, photo shoot yesterday. AKA pretty like Kitty likes feeling pretty. Ew. Yeah, I do actually like that. I do. I'm a thing. Um, I actually realized that because I got this makeup for my spots, and I had started practicing with it, and I started feeling a lot better with it uh, going out and things like that. So I don't want to become too reliant on it. I'll like because also it's not good for your skin to have makeup on. So I'm trying to balance it out. But anyway, and also, guys, you didn't notice my hair. No, but I'm not gonna tell you, but I'll wait. Any of you noticed it? You did up the whole female thing today. Hi, Sparkles. Hello, beautiful. I'm glad you're awake. Thought Patrol noticed. Thank you. You noticed my hair? Thank you. I'm a guy, I can't notice your hair. Oh, well, Sneem's also a guy and he noticed my hair. So what I did to my hair is I just plaited it and made it wavy. So there you go. And this concludes the Dress Up Kitty section of the intro of the stream. Um, let's I don't need to play this, but I'm doing a goal. If it's I don't know if it'll let me start this goal now. Because there is a goal, guys, for this stream. I noticed. Hey, Miss Sparkles! Look extra beautiful. I love the hair. Thank you so much, Sparkles. I really appreciate that. Thank you for being awake. Um, I'm worried that not many of the subscribers will be around. But that being said, I actually have got the goal. The goal. I hope this counts towards the goal, because the goal I wanted was 5 super chats. And it's like, oh, well, which you can even say which level. I'm like, listen, we want any level. We know where we're at, and it's gonna be basically the whole stream, so 3 hours. And so if we achieve the goal, what I'm going to do is I'll have 3. I'll draw 3 Gartic prompts. I had this prepared, but it didn't work, so I'm redoing it. Prompts from chat, and we'll upload the results to Twitter and Discord. Okay. So that's now. Let me put the goal. I don't understand. There we go. There we go. Oh shit! Hey, Lucy gave a super sticker. Hold on. What is the super sticker? It's a lemon bag and a heart. It's lemon heart. Thank you, Lucy. Let's see if that goes to the goal. No, that's such bullshit. Guys, it hadn't started the goal yet. It hadn't. Listen, I'm gonna count those 2 anyway. So whatever. I mean, like a whole $10 super chat, super sticker, and a whole what's it, $2? Like that. No, that counts. Sorry, the goal just hadn't started yet. I don't know if I can edit it. Can I edit it? No, can only continue. Okay. Well, anyway. Hey Jacob. Oh, let's see. I no longer simp for SFO. Really? I will only simp for Kitty. What happened? You guys were super close, man. What happened? What's a joke? Anyway, no longer are you the 4th member of the Jonas Brothers. Thank you. I don't simp as a rule, but Kitty is effing gorgeous. Oh, she puts on makeup and people are complimenting her. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. You know what? I put in the effort and it's paid off, I suppose. So thank you, everybody. Now let's get into the actual reason we're here, which is the debate diagram. Let's go. And it's the debate is the trans kids debate. Are we going to do we transition kids? Do we not? And it's not so much of a debate, it's just a discussion. But of course, in internet speak, disagreeing is a debate and whatever. So Blair White versus Brianna Wu, there's the verses. I leaned into it with the thumbnail, duh. But they just spoke, okay? And I love a good discussion because it's worth it. There is no need to yell at each other, although it's fun sometimes. So yeah, that's the thing we're going to cover today. As I said in the description, the thing that I'm working on that has been on the back burner has been when Brianna Wu first went onto Piers Morgan. It was straight after the election results, and she was basically the only reasonable person in there amongst all this chaos. And I diagrammed that a little bit, and basically I want to do a conclusion video of that. But now I've got this that came along this week, this debate between the two of them, Brianna and Blair. So I am going to add to it. It adds to the full picture that we get from Brianna. So yeah, we actually see a little bit more of a journey of what Brianna has been doing since then. But of course, let's just talk about the participants. We've got Blair White, and Brianna Wu. So, full disclosure, I'm more inclined to agree with Blair just because I've been following Blair forever, and yeah, that's basically where my biases stand really. But Brianna Wu has started to move more towards move. I don't know. It's not that she's moved. She's actually just started speaking out and being a reasonable being a reasonable trans person, as opposed to staying away from it and keeping quiet, as she herself admits. Anyway, also Brad is this video is from Brad's channel. Brad Palumbo. He doesn't really actually get that involved in the conversation, but I've got him on the diagram anyway. In which case, let's actually get to the diagram. Let me change. There you go. Right. So, also want to talk about topics, right? So, the things that basically we get into during this debate, this discussion. And the key, of course, usually if you haven't been here, whoa, big ship. What is up with my my super chat thing? It doesn't show the whole super chat. Fix that, Shinsia. Twans people are my friends. Yes, thank you, big ship. That is the song we should be playing. Team Blair, yes. Kitty getting distracted by a shiny new debate. It was look, I can't look away. Thank you very much, Ship. Wu is completely incapable of debate. So look, I don't think she's not trying to debate in this in any case. I think she's making friends with Blair, and I'm happy for her. So yeah, just going into a little overview. I have listened to this a couple times, so it's not completely blind. But obviously, when we get into diagramming these things, I get really detailed. So the point of diagramming this is also to figure out visually as well where Blair stands and where Brianna stands, whether they agree and where they disagree. And yeah, I'll elaborate there. We've got our key. Look, Fritzy. Whoopsie. What happened? It moved. Everything moved. We've got Blair in red. Somebody made a funny. They said the biggest question would be who gets pink in this debate. We got red for Blair because Blair says no, absolutely not for transitioning kids, and Brianna gets yellow because she's like, yeah, well, kind of sometimes. She's got a solution to don't trans all the kids, definitely not. But also, she's still on the path of, some kids should be transitioned. It's okay. And then Brad is just there to ask questions in the middle. And then I'm going to try and keep my commentary formatted in this kind of thing. But yeah, keep them. So here are the topics that are brought up throughout this thing. Obviously, the US election. So the result of the US election. There's a lot of blame. Not blame. Yeah, the blame game is kind of played here. And at first I was like, oh no, we must stay away from blame. It's like, no, actually, we kind of need this because finding the reason, the cause for things is a worthy pursuit. Yes, the blame game can be stupid, but Brianna and I was going to say Brianna and Bree, Brianna and Blair, they both do place some blame on the new trans community, not the original reasonable normal trans community. They blame that the perception of trans people now on that. And also obviously that relates to Trump's executive orders, right? So that there was the blame of why that was the reason I was doing that video in the first place with Brianna on Piers Morgan, because she was talking about how they lost the Democrats lost the election because of the Democrats. Okay. And now we've gotten to Trump's executive orders with the bathrooms and the passports and everything like that. And Brad also brings up that there's legal processes against doctors, so that comes up. Then obviously trans activism is one thing that Brianna brings up. She kind of wants to go forth and fight for reasonable trans people. She wants to fight for that. She wants to be that advocate. And we've got Blair, who's kind of like, could we just not? Could we just keep quiet and leave ourselves? So I don't know which way go with that idea, but there it is. And also, but I do think what they do agree on is what a trans person is, because this non-binary bullshit, all of that stuff, they're not part of that. These two. Then they also talk about the rights and needs of trans people. That's I think I put it into the description. I said trans rights are human rights. I think I put it in as a hashtag. And as I put that in, I was like, oh no, people are this is gonna attract the wrong people, because they're going to think I think a certain way by putting this into my description. But one of the great things that Blair does bring up here is that's not what trans rights are about. Certain things, this is what we mean when we say trans rights. So just brought that up as a topic that we talk about. And then healthcare. I put healthcare, not trans healthcare. I put healthcare because it just it gives me more questions about the American healthcare system. But anyway, and then my biggest takeaway from this whole thing is how to change your mind. Whereas this is we've got Blair, who's had her way of thinking for quite a while now, but Brianna openly is saying that Blair was right and she didn't say anything. She herself did not speak up earlier. So it's kind of like her admitting she was wrong, and she does this with, I think, grace. And I don't think it's like hypocrisy or anything like that. So if you have any evidence of this hypocrisy, please let me know. But in this context, what I have seen of Brianna, she's literally just doing, and I'll point it out to you. She's doing the what's the name? She's doing changing her mind really well, in my opinion. But yeah, let's get into the actual debate. Let me take my banners off. I wasn't Team Wu until I saw the colors. Oh yes, of course. Mustard. I'm liking the style of the diagram. Well, thanks. We've got our thumbnail of our actual video, so at least we have that reference. And I had a nightmare about this, that he like claimed my video because I used these two pictures in it. Anyway, nightmares. Okay, so yeah, let's close there. I'm actually going to keep topics closed and then use this for. Oh, also I put a little heart here for Blair just to show that that's where my bias sits. So it's noted. I'm more familiar with Blair than I am with Brianna, so that's my bias stated. Enjoy. Okay, let's get the headset on so we can actually hear what's up. It would help if that happened. Battery level is high. We are ready for a long stream, boys and girls. Okay. Headset paired. Boop boop. Okay. Okay. Let's go into here.
You can know all the studies that have been done in the past few years as far as puberty blockers and their impact on development. And
all right. Why does dude look like that? It is a very interesting looking human. I don't think his eyes are too far apart. I think he's just intense. He's looking into the camera very intensely. And I think, I don't know, he's got freaking pause face on Blair. Sorry, I'm too busy looking at at Brad.
You can look at the explosion of all the studies that have been done in the past few years.
Okay, so I'll let the video start with what Brad did as like a little intro, which is like snippets for things that you know how YouTube videos work, where we've got snippets, and it's coming up the most contentious parts of it. So let's have a look at that. That's not going to be diagrammed. What I have done is used his sections: debate over banning transition for kids, details of Trump's executive order. What about insurance coverage? So those are the main parts of his video, the way he's edited their or put in sections of his video. So I'm sticking with that to try and, you know, keep it structured along his lines as well. So, but let's see if it'll work.
What sort of psychosis was that, and how was that ever even on the?
Oh, also, by the way, I've got. I can put her at normal speed. It's fine. Can maybe put it at 125. Here we go. Because Blair at 1.5, relax. Let's not go too crazy. I hope the audio is not too loud, because it's pretty fucking loud for me. Okay. It's called Blue Steel. Yeah. Okay.
What sort of psychosis was that, and how was that ever even on the table?
There are some that are very, very clearly served by having access to transition.
Trans rights equals the right to sterilize children. It's just that abhorrent.
This is a parental rights issue. I think you're going to be saving them a lot of trauma.
I actually don't believe in transgender children per se.
I was a trans child in the sense that there's nothing that ever would have dissuaded me from this path.
What trans is right now needs to be destroyed. Things were better for trans people when nobody knew what the fuck we were.
Right. So that's a little snippet of where we get to, I suppose. It makes sense that that's why the thumbnail looks like this. This shit is evil. It should be legal. So obviously it makes it seem like they're a lot more contentious. My thumbnail as well. Basically, Blair is saying never, whereas Brianna is saying sometimes in these cases, and she actually gets specific about which cases she wants that to happen in. So that's an actually interesting thing. I don't know if I'm landing on. I can understand Brianna's side, but I'm on the cautious side as well. I'm mostly on Blair's side. Okay, so Thought Patrol, thank you. I would like to hear from people that are a lot more familiar with Brianna. What are you saying here? Yeah, the problem with all of this is I've read Wu's old forum posts. They wrote about 14 years ago they were never a trans child. Oh, wow. So she... Interesting. Hey, Zerofax. Nice to see you. I don't believe in trans kids. You know what? Let's put that in the poll. I mean, it's not that there's a lot of you guys in here to vote, but let's do it anyway. Trans kids a thing. No, actually, sorry, I'll say when should try, and I'll keep this up the whole time. Kids. Not when. Should trans kids medically transition? Yes. No. Only in extreme cases. Okay, so there's 3 options here. If I have to believe in trans children, I'd have to also believe in non-binary children, and I also don't think that's something that affects children. Okay, so we're going to go into it. I suppose I'll talk about what I think as well. I'm of the, and you'll see Blair is kind of the same thing. Gender dysphoria as like symptoms can happen to children. I'm not denying that, but that does not mean that they are. I would want to define it as persistent, that it persists all the way through puberty for it to be proper transgender, just gender dysphoria. That would be part of the disorder, that it actually persists through puberty. In my very, very small experience with psychology, that's actually what it was. With I did abnormal psychology with it was abnormal child psychology. I did a unit of that as part of my degree, and in there they would have certain things that if it persists through childhood, then that's a disorder. That was part of defining a disorder. So I would say that's where I would land with trans kids. I'm not denying that kids can feel gender dysphoria. I'm just saying we should not be treating them with transition. I don't think so. I'm with Blair mostly on this, but you'll see how Brianna gets through all of this. I wish this was a three-way debate with Philosophy Tube. There is mention of somebody that was supposed to. They tried to get on for this discussion, who is friends with Brianna, but basically does not want to talk to Blair. So I don't know who that's referring to. Hey, Zax. Good to see ya. Okay. Good. So yeah, where I'm at is no transitioning of children. But social transition, we'll discuss where that's appropriate. It's a huge risk, in my opinion. I'm kind of with Blair on not being set on social transition for children, because you can really just mess up a lot of stuff for a child. Let's get into what they're doing, and you'll get my opinion as I diagram. So let's go.
All right, Blair and Brianna, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Excited to be here, Brad. Thanks for having us.
So Blair, I'll come to you first. Why don't you just tell us a little bit about how you feel about this issue more broadly? Why you think this stuff needs to be banned for kids ASAP?
So from the get-go, we've got, why do you think this needs to be banned for kids? So she knows exactly, everybody knows Blair's points, what Blair wants when it comes to trans kids. No transitioning of children. So I like that we don't waste time saying, what do you think of trans kids? It's saying, tell us why you think it should be banned, which it's fine. When we have a debate, we have this person's position and this person's position, and I'm happy with it. So Brad asks her, why should this transitioning be banned? Okay. I will Brad it up by a copy style. Okay. Okay, and we've got our Blair's response that's coming up here. It's a very popular take to say you don't need gender dysphoria to be trans. That's where I lose the plot, because it's like, what do you mean? What? How is that a thing? And I think Blair says as much. How is that psychosis okay? I was told by an ex-trans person in a personal conversation that the dirty little secret is most of them don't have gender dysphoria. Wow, so that's in a personal that's from a detransitioner, I suppose, or an ex-transitioner. When I say detransition, I don't know if you're talking about a person who was medically transitioning, or they were socializing, whatever. But either way, these days, that is the claim that Brianna and Blair are getting hate for. They're getting hate for not saying that this is what they are old school trans people. They know don't want the they thems as part of trans. And one of there's like 3 golden moments in this debate, really. I think 2 of them are from Blair and 1 of them is from Brianna. So let's go. She's too lazy to do the trans stuff anymore? Okay. It's very popular. It's my ex broke up with me over this issue. Okay. Isn't a coherent diagnostic... Yeah. There isn't a coherent diagnostic criteria, and many kids just look up what to tell the doctors. By the way, including Wu, according to the forum posts. Okay, so just like look it up to tell the doctor. Well, you kind of Twitch chat is lonely. Yeah, the Twitch people are waiting for my what's the name, Monster Hunter Wild stream. They're not interested in the intellectual stuff. So anyway, let's go. Maybe knowing too much about what is coming makes me not even get to the video in time.
Well, of course, you can point to, all the studies that have been done in the past few years as far as puberty blockers and their impact.
Okay, so she's going to tell us about studies. You can point to. That's basically her description. She just lists studies on results. Side effects of... I didn't fix my spacebar, Sneem. I'm sorry. Effects of puberty blockers. Okay. And impact on development. Okay.
Impact on development, and you can look at the explosion of detransitioners, regret rates. You can look at...
Okay, detransitioners. Explosion. Regret rates. Okay.
All of that stuff. And there's actually a part of me that feels like we're kind of past that. And what we need to sort of do is remind ourselves of just like very basic common sense.
Okay, so she wants to point to common sense. Okay, and common sense is... actually, you know what? I'm putting common sense separately because she wants to make... the way she characterizes this is that it is... this is what you can point to, but actually let's move away from it. Common sense, which is just, let's think about this.
And I think that sometimes that feels like an easy way out, or people want to intellectualize things a little too much. But to me...
So this is intellectualizing, in her opinion. This is what I see, is that this is intellectualizing. Examples. Like just trying to get, let me just make sure that my commentary is there, because she didn't exactly say that. Okay, and the common sense is just think about it. So that's the difference between the two things. Here it's like, okay, let's get the studies together, but common sense is let's think about whether this is good or bad thing. Let's weigh up the pros and cons just in our minds logically.
Me, the entire concept of children transitioning is just something that I think in retrospect, I was never on board, but I think society in general in retrospect is kind of going to be like, what sort of psychosis was that? And how was that ever even on the table? Why did we need to wait and find out exactly, the negative impacts of these drugs to understand that,
So this, why do we need to wait? Basically is what she wants to know. Can point, why do we have to wait until all of this is, all of the damage is done? Common sense basically means we didn't have to okay, we didn't have to wait. And also I'll put here just... Actually, it's not even this is an extra thing. Yeah, she's saying, in retrospect, society will regret this and wonder how it was ever considered. I guess that one of the main things that people usually bring up here is like lobotomy. Like that's the usual comparison that people come up with, because now to us the idea of a lobotomy is just stupid, and you think of all the people that were affected by just a guy who just said, you know what we're gonna do, stick something in your brain and shove all the shits around, and then you'll be fixed. And then all the different other kinds of lobotomies and everything. Yeah, it helped. I think it helped one person out of all of them. I think there's one case where it helped someone. So, but obviously, this is not the exact. It's not the exact parallel, but it's a good example of we're going to be horrified by this in the future. Why wait until we're horrified? Let's just think about this logically right now. Why do we have to do tests and everything go on it? Why do we have to get all the way through to notice it's shit? So, like lobotomy. I will put that as my commentary. Okay. Hi, Lucifer. Jazz judging is an example of why not to do this to a kid. Yeah. Common sense is a misnomer. It's based on shared worldview and shared educational experience. We don't have common sense. We don't have those, so common sense can't exist. It exists for certain groups. It will exist for us, our common sense, and it will exist for another group's common sense. Hey, Arachnid, good to see you. One of the Kennedy kids was given an lobotomy. Mary. There you go. Okay, let's continue.
Chemical castration and sometimes physical castration of minors is something that should be okay. It's not a standard we hold for so many other things that are so much less consequential. You know.
Okay, so she does use the charged word, but it's truth. Chemical and physical castration. There's no softening words around that. That's what she is calling these transitioning procedures. Basically, is chemical, obviously with the puberty blockers, and physical in terms of the vaginoplasties, etc., of minors should be. Okay, well, actually, let me just see. Sorry.
You can go down. It's not a standard we hold for sometimes physical castration of minors is something that should be okay. It's not a standard we hold for so.
Sorry, I'm putting words in her mouth there. Chemical and physical castration of minors is not something that should be okay. And it's a standard. And actually, I'll put it as part of this point. This is a standard. They have different standards. There are different standards for less consequential decisions for minors, and then she will list them.
So many other things that are so much less consequential. You know, you can go down the whole cliche list of like, you can't even get in a tanning bed if you're under 18.
Okay, tanning bed. She says cliche, but that's because they're true. They're good examples. What do you want?
In California, or you can make comparisons to other permanent things like tattoos.
And then you can see her brain go, oh, tattoos, yeah, and you can also remove tattoos. Tattoos.
And actually, that's not even good enough because tattoos are less permanent than surgery. So, for me.
So that's what she means by less consequential. That's what she means by less consequential. I think that's normal. There's nothing you can mess up with that. I do know about Jazz Jennings Sparkles, the child reality show that transitioned on TLC. That child is messed up. Blair is appealing to shared common sense. Yes, she is, and it is shared in this group of people. In the common sense of what is good for children and what isn't, and that doesn't mean that she's not understood by Brianna. Just because Brianna has a different idea of this common sense, whatever, she doesn't need to. It's just she gives her frame of reference and it makes sense. It's not a problem, in my opinion. I was just told by YouTube I must verify with my ID in order to make more community posts. Oh, okay. You cannot contribute to the conversation without us knowing exactly who you are. We don't even let children make unhealthy choices for themselves, i.e. to smoke or drink, but we'll let them make a permanent and substantially life-altering decision. This is a very common argument, and just because it's common, that doesn't mean it's tired or or invalid. It's so true. It actually gets to a point where I'm just like, yeah, exactly. There's not much more we can do about that, but at least with what Brianna comes through with here is she tries to go with the care harm thing. It's like it's about caring about the minor and bypassing certain trauma for that person. That's the whole. Oh yeah, that's another thing. They may never experience an orgasm. Geez, all of these things that they won't develop sexuality in a normal way. And I mean normal as in even homosexuality won't be developed in a normal way. So in my opinion, limiting transitioning children saves gay people. So sorry. Oh, I guess I care about gay people. Whoopsie. Okay.
Me, I think that we're just in a different era now post second Trump term. And I think what the trans community needs to do, I know everyone thinks that I never have sort of like the best interest for the community in mind, but if there is any hope of a recalibration to happen, of, any sort of making up any ground we lost in terms of public respect, I think.
Okay, so I'm going to put that here. She's giving us more of a in retrospect. Okay, so here she's just saying the solution, basically. Post Trump election solution for trans people. This is what she wants for trans people going forward. And you can see she's always got to say, people think that I don't have the what's best for the trans community in mind. That is just off. That's what she gets. She gets that backlash all the time. And Brianna actually also notes that she started to get that, as well as she started joining in with the reasonable trans voice.
I think it has to just be reducing it back down to the bare bones of like transition is something for adults, and
so they disagree on this, but she's like, bring it back to this is what they disagree on. You'll see bare bones transitioning is for adults, and I'm with her on that. I really am. Social transitioning, I guess we can talk about it. And change up the standards for this.
And all these sort of excesses of the trans movement, not just this one, they kind of all need to be recalibrated.
So recalibrate the excesses. I like that phrase of the trans movement. It's important for them to characterize. Whoopsie. It's important for them to characterize this. Go away. Close this. This is not what I want. recalibrate excesses of the trans movement. I think that that's a good key phrase for them to keep in mind when they go forth and discuss these things. And I say they as in Brianna and Blair. Recalibrate the excesses of the trans movement. So they need to step outside of what trans means in the mainstream and create a new conceptualization of it. But at the same, that white screen blinded me. We're just making sure that you're awake. They'll recalibrate their movement, but we'll get into Blair, who kind of doesn't even want to make a movement from this. As much as she's talking about recalibrating, the method of recalibration is just shutting up.
All need to be, reimagined, I guess. I think that there needs to be a reckoning in the community that the way that, the community's been doing things and the activists we let speak on our behalf have actually taken things straight to hell. And
yeah, activists that have been speaking for trans people have taken, I'll put it here, taken things straight to hell. And I think that is the main agreement that these two get to. The main revelation that Brianna has come to in the past few months. That's why she talks about it being like 4 months. She is now stepping out and exposing that she is not okay with what is what trans people are looking for. She's like, no, this is what you should be looking for.
And that's a song I've been singing for years, and I'm not here to like hold any sort of gripe against anybody who didn't see it till now, because I'm thinking
you could look at that. Let's go back. The passive aggression. If you were wondering whether these were real trans women or not, these are women. That's a womanly. This is the most womanly interaction you have ever seen. Okay, this passive aggressive. I'm not gonna say anything about anyone, and she's on the screen. But then she's like, "Oh no, it's not exact. It's not. I'm not talking about you." She's talking about everyone. So I will put. Look, it's not part of the argument, but she goes, "It's what I've been saying." I'll summarize it actually. I'll put it as a summary, as her summarizing. What I've been saying for years now, and not to, let's go back here.
Have actually taken things straight to hell. And that's a song I've been singing for years, and I'm not here to like hold any sort of gripe against.
Not here to hold any gripe against anyone who didn't see it. It's that's a great passive aggressive female way of fighting. Honestly. Let's go here. I'm just going to put a comment here of lol the I'm not making this a bad thing. I'm saying it's kind of interesting. It's funny because Blair is she has to come in and she is defensive because of experience. I'm saying that's an indicator of Blair having to cover for herself. She's got to figure it out. I'm a more aggressive type myself. I appreciate aggressive aggression. I do. But Sometimes passive aggression is just fucking hilarious. So look at Brianna's face here. Maybe I should put a screenshot. She goes here.
You know, anybody who didn't see it till now, because I'm thankful they did. I just wish it was sooner. And I swear to God, I'm not making any digs at Brianna. I'm talking about the community in general, you know?
She's like, no, I'm not. I swear I'm not. So she isn't. She's just talking about the with the community. It's a usual thing, right? So that's fine. I agree with her. But look at Brianna's face.
Because I have a lot of people. God, I'm not, you know, anybody
Look
who's
at
for years, and I'm not here to like hold any sort of gripe against, you know,
she's like, I know you're talking about me.
anybody who didn't see it till now, because I'm thankful they did. I just wish it was sooner. And I swear to God, I'm not making any.
She did say she's thankful. Thankful they did. They did. Sad they didn't see it sooner. I think that's fine. That's you know what, considering her experience with everybody, that makes sense.
Digs at Brianna. I'm talking about the community in general, you know, because I have a lot of people now.
She has. Maybe I should say that she verbally, she does say not taking digs at Brianna. And I'm doing that because there is a similar thing that Brianna does. It's just less combative. What Brianna does with most of the things that she does when the way that she converses is she goes with respect, blah, blah, blah. So this is, they give this card of, hey, with respect to each other. And that's her. Not taking digs at Brianna is her card of her peace flag. And Brianna going with respect, that's her peace flag. So I don't know, let's maybe put a little marker here. I'll put a white flag there. Not taking digs at Brianna. Oops, why do I keep doing this? There we go. Yeah, so we have that for later. Not taking digs at Brianna. Cool. I guess something's up with my mouse. Let's blame my mouse. I don't need to take that Italian insult. Where's this? She is all the foreigns. Those eyebrows are working overtime. Brianna, what? I am Italian. I am Italian. I have been Italian since I was born. Italian lady. Oh, okay. Hi, MSK. So misogynistic. Yes, sorry. Passive aggression is our language. That's what we're like. Fucking, it doesn't mean that men can't speak it. Don't worry. You sorry to hear that? Well, fuck you. Okay, vaffanculo. I'm very happy to be Italian, but remember, I am a South African Italian, so it's a difference. I'm not an American Italian. We're all, and there is something called the Italians who are real Italians. So it's like there's American Italians, whatever, and then when you are an immigrant Italian, you call the Italians the Italians. Real Italians that live in Italy are called the Italians. We are Italian. I don't know. Kitty is a man. No, that wasn't passive aggressive, yeah, because I swore at him. She not a gabagool. I say a. We do say a lot. You're like Bishop made up. That's not a real thing. Okay. Not a real thing. You are denying my existence, and I am now very distraught. Okay.
Saying that, how did it go this far? And I think it's because, you know, we let a lot of people who aren't even trans speak for us.
Yeah.
And it sort of.
So that goes, that also goes to what I was thinking about here. Recalibrate back to people. The activists are speaking for us. They let trans people people that aren't trans even speak for them. That was what Brianna was kind of getting into with the Piers Morgan show. Like, she comes in later and she's like trying to speak to these people about like being trans, and she's like, I'm the trans person here. Could I talk about it a little? Like, I'm not of the thing that no, you have to only be trans to talk about trans issues. Absolutely not. But we might want to involve a trans person from the beginning. Maybe she's late, but anyway, people who aren't being speaking for us, and that's another thing as well, with the people who aren't trans haven't been speaking for us, but they do identify as trans. The people that aren't trans identify as trans. They've redefined being trans, and they are. It's not just cis people. It's not just cis people. So I'll just go. It's not just cis people. Cis people, but people claiming to be trans, to be trans, that aren't. So that's what I get from this. I don't think she actually says that. We have allowed people who are trans to become extremists. Okay, so there's people that are trans speaking for us, and also trans extremists. That's another word.
You know, we let a lot of people who aren't even trans speak for us.
Yeah.
And it sort of allowed people who are trans to become extremists. And
people who are trans became extremists. I'm going to take this out of the summary because she's not summarizing after that. Okay. Have become extremists.
And it's really bad. I know I'm going a bit off topic, but I imagine this is going to be sort of a more broad conversation anyways. Just leave the kids alone. Any movement that allows itself to even optically be seen as a threat to women and or children is destined to fail, is going to die, and kind of deserves to. So
it's a great thing that she puts out here. Leave the kids alone. Any movement, even optically, against women and children, is going to fail and deserves to. I think that's maybe where they also differ as well, because Brianna just wants the movement to continue, where she's just like, it needs to die. It needs to keep quiet for a bit.
I think we need actually I don't know if we need it actually, but if there's going to be a replacement of the old ways of the trans community, there needs to be a whole new movement based on different values.
Yeah. So Brianna, I'll come to
Leave the kids alone. Needs to be a whole values. Okay, so that's basically one bit that she's gone through. What do we have here?
To you on this, but I think you definitely have some degree of agreement with the trans activism going off the kind of reservation, but you ultimately don't think that this stuff should be totally carte blanche, prohibited legally. Talk us through why you feel that way.
So he's asked Blair for her position. Why this? So he does. I like that he acknowledges. Clearly she agrees on certain points about going off the reservation, going extremist. But what is with my pauses today? Look at these.
I want to go to.
There you go. Jesus. I blame the trans community for that, because the people tend to prop up as speaker for the community are fucking insane. Yes. Blair is catty. I love it. Blair is very, oh my gosh, that's one of my favorite things about like her podcast, the Blair White podcast. She will go off and read people to shit. Okay. She knows that it's not intellectual. She knows, but wow, she is. I would not want her insulting me. That's all I'll say. Like, she will find the bits of you that will just crack. Oh, she's very catty, and I love seeing it directed towards other people. I'm okay with that. Just don't aim it at me. The trans people I know, both of them, are busy living a life that I don't envy. Ooh, that's interesting. The biggest mistake the LGBT community ever made was allowing the Qs into the group. Yeah, Q actually queued all of the LGB. That was part of the academic thing. I remember part of my linguistics degree actually involved querying this and this and this. Like, it was I was doing that academic stuff where you basically, I would read there were academic papers and stuff of querying this. Was that a mug? It's my favorite dish. Oh my god, yeah. Except it's not a hot. It's not. Look, it helps you hold cold things too. Okay, if you guys don't know what we're talking about, go and watch Zach's. Okay.
To that, but I really want to hit this first. Blair.
Okay, so we've got. Sorry, you would agree. But let's just go back how you
Why you
phrases
don't
it.
think that this stuff should be totally carte blanche
Mhm. Why should this not be completely prohibited? So here is going to be the yellow thing, and what is very awesome about this as well is because it's a you speak, you speak, you speak, you speak. If it's a turn-taking thing, it's not just a conversation of yelling back and forth. So answer the question, get your say, get your minutes of speaking, get your points across, then you can retaliate. Old debate format or formal debate format, kind of. Okay, let's get Brianna's formatting here. Sorry, I'm wondering if I should put the demi-mer. Was that? Yeah, that not demi-mer, Demi Lovato. Sorry, I was watching Landman last night. Demi-mer's in that. Okay, let's also get some background music for that dead air sound. Tiny, tiny, tiny background. I promise. It'll be very, very small. Oh, this scares people. There, that's what. There we go. We're Gnostic now. Demiurge. People of land. Okay, let's go.
prohibited legally. Talk us through why you feel that way.
So I want to go to that, but I really want to hit this first. Blair, you said something like there were a lot of people in the trans movement that did not see this before now. Can I just ask you flat out, you really, with everything you do and say, your top goal is protecting the trans community, right? Like,
I'm actually going to put this, she'll get to that, but first, should we put this here? Yeah. Your top goal, Blair, so it refers to lots of people who didn't, whoopsie. I don't know where she's going with this. What she starts with this.
Like that's what you're thinking about when it comes to this issue. Your top goal for now. Can I just ask you flat out?
So she starts with this. She says, I really want to hit first on something. Blair, you said something.
Something like there were a lot of people in the trans movement that did not see this before now. Can I just ask you flat out?
Didn't see this before now. So she starts with that, and then she goes into a question of, is your main goal the well-being of the trans community? And then Blair is like, that's not my main goal, but it's one of them. And I think that deters her. She I don't know where she was going with it. So I'm just trying to, let's think here. Refers to people who didn't see this before now, and then she says how Blair mentioned. Then she asks, everything you do, or your top goal is your top goal protecting trans people. So she's gonna say, she says yes and no, as in she does care about trans people, but she cares about people. She's got a lot more going on that she prioritizes.
You really, with everything you do and say, your top goal is protecting the trans community, right? Like that's what you're thinking about when it comes to this issue. Am I correct to understand that's where you're coming from?
Yes. Yeah. I've changed that question. Basically, is your top goal protecting trans people? Fine. It's basically the same paraphrase.
I don't think I have one top goal. I think that,
So she doesn't have no. Okay, and then?
Part of transitioning, and you know this because you transitioned many years ago. I'm 10 years in myself. The integration into just regular society for me happened a long time ago. And so when it comes to top goals, I wouldn't necessarily put the trans community at the very top, but it's among the things that I deeply care about because.
Okay, so she actually justifies this by saying, listen, I have socially integrated. I've transitioned. So trans people are not my core focus. Even though that's just by virtue of who she is, she has become like a representative of trans people. Transitioned 10 years ago, and that's also just a little note that they do refer to how far into transition each of them are. It must be something. I think it's something that you share, and you kind of you say, oh, how far along are you when you're pregnant? I suppose this is another thing that when you are trans, it's like, how far into transition are you? How long have you been transitioned for? All of that. So she goes, I'm 10 years in. It's like it's a qualifier. Interesting. That's all I'm saying. It's just interesting. 10 years ago, so not my top priority. Something I care deeply about. I think this is just part of Blair also just not making her entire personality that she's trans. She's more than just I'm different. She's Blair as well. She's still herself.
I don't enjoy the backlash the community's gotten, It's not as if I'm untouched by it at all.
Sure.
But I also care about women and children as well. So I have a lot of priorities, I guess.
I think that.
Okay, she cares about women and children. Many priorities. That's another thing. She's principled, I suppose. She's got core values that inform her opinion on all of the things. So she's not going to just have the one ideology that guides, that's her lighthouse for the rest of her life. She's looking at a lot more than just one identity. Her lens is not that focused on just trans.
That's fair. I think what I was going to say is like, I'm 4 months into kind of finally publicly saying, you know what, Blair White and everyone that was warning there was going to be a backlash if we stayed on this course. I agreed with you for years.
Okay, so this is the part. This is the first golden moment from Brianna. She is actually. This is part of the topic that I was brought up here. This how to change your mind. She's explicitly stating that she was of a different mind before. And now she's changed her tune, and this is it. This is what happens when you change your mind. Explain it. Explain where you were, admit to it. You don't have to do mental gymnastics or whatever. You literally just explain where you were before and how you came to your new conclusion. That should be fine. Maybe coming to a new conclusion is wrong. Who knows? But when it comes to Brianna, she's just come to Jesus.
In year 8, and everyone that was warning there was going to be a backlash if we stayed on this course, I publicly saying, you know what, Blair White and everyone. So
she, this is where because remember I was saying I don't know where she was going with this. Refers to Blair, who didn't see this before now, and then is your top goal. I don't know why I am theorizing here that maybe this came to mind. This question came to mind to kind of explain that. That's where she was at before, okay? She believed all of these things before because she just wanted to protect trans people, which makes sense, okay? She was of that opinion before that she thought this was the best thing for trans people, so that's where she was at. And now she's changed tune, and but this goal remains the same. So that's where I think she's trying to get at, but, you know, conversations they flow completely differently to how you expect them.
Everyone that was one day is like, I'm 4 months into kind of.
Well, so I have a lot of priorities, I guess.
I think that's fair. I think what I was going to say is like, I'm 4 months into kind of finally publicly saying, you know what, Blair White and everyone that was warning there was going to be a backlash if we stayed on this course. I agreed with.
Okay, so she's 4 months into. This is another thing of like that was like one of the first that Piers Morgan video, that Piers Morgan clip or whatever, yelling match, really. That was part of like her first emergence into publicly agreeing with people like Blair White. And she is now sharing her experience of what that is. 4 months into publicly. Did she say publicly agreeing?
You know what, Blair White, and I think what I was going to say is like, I'm 4 months into kind of finally publicly saying, you know what, Blair White.
Publicly agreeing with Blair White. And she is here admitting, yeah, I agreed in the background, but I didn't say anything. I didn't speak up. That's a big thing to admit to. I appreciate that.
White and everyone that was warning there was going to be a backlash if we stayed on this course. I agreed with you for years and years and years. When you did that Jubilee video.
So she says she believed for years. So she's only 4 months into agreeing publicly, but she agreed with Blair for years. That's a big admission, I would say. It's quite that's an L to take, is to admit. Respect. I think that's part of I'll put that into relate that to this topic of how to change your mind. The Golden Moment by Brianna. She just admits it. Okay. And yeah, I guess I'm like, what, you want a cookie? Well done, you admitted the truth. Yeah, well, these days that's not really how people work on the internet. And just act like I was always thinking this way. It was fine. Or they double down. And she's not doubling down. She's changing.
calling out the non-binary sign, I 100% agreed with you. I did not have the courage in that moment to have your back. And if
So, agreed with Bear for years. Jubilee. Debate where Blair called out non-binaries as not trans. It's like that is a big thing to say this word, to say, I didn't have the courage. Like, I'm gonna
sign, I 100% agreed with you. I did not have the courage
in that moment to have your back. Like, that is a big admission, I would say. And that also, just to remind people, is why, as well, Blair would seem a little bit cold to Brianna. Like, Brianna's trying to be very friendly, and with respect, and you and I, people like me and you, we are the leaders in the trans community, but Blair is like, just look at her face right now. Yeah, she is not like that. At the moment, she's been burned. Okay. Okay, she's been burned by such silence, so her behavior towards Brianna is warranted. And she's not mean, she's just not warm either. That's in my opinion. I would like to know what her explanation is for not being public with her agreement. Her explanation is she didn't have the courage. She literally says, yeah. Why was she afraid? Interesting, yeah, because of the trans people. The trans people. That's what she was afraid of. It could be also her audience might not like Brianna being too chummy. Brianna's being too... Well, Brianna's audience, yes, at the time would not have liked her being too chummy with Blair, but now she is being chummy, and maybe, I don't know, I don't think Blair would expect her audience to chill the fuck out if Brianna became chummy with her. So let's go.
In that moment to have your back. And if more liberal Democrats like myself had, we would not have this executive order today. So I think.
So she goes, if more liberal Democrats had courage to agree, we wouldn't. And that is this point that she's just made here. She's basically said, look, it's your fault, trans extremists, that that we are in the position we're in today. And that's what she agrees with, that her and Blair agree with. They both are blaming a certain cohort of trans people for the backlash against the trans community in general, the idea of being trans, everything like that, and obviously the executive orders. She is saying, hey, it's because we didn't speak up. And yes, that is annoying. I can see Blair being annoyed with it, like, yeah, oh, now you see it. Fuck you. Where the fuck were you? You could be really angry, but it's better than nothing. If she's turning around and saying this, maybe you could get more people to do that. So it's, yeah, this is the, if I want to tag this is where the blame game that I was talking about, them blaming people, it's not so much blame game as in, oh, we just need to yell at someone. It's, let's find the reasoning. The reason something. Okay. She doesn't say what she's afraid of, which suggests she still isn't reliable as an ally. You know what? She's not calling out Maybe I don't know. I think she does get there to calling out the extremists. She does. The second, okay, so I was saying that there were two from Blair, but her second golden moment is where she calls out people who want to take sex out of law. They want to legislate sex as a concept out of law. She properly stands against them. But I guess she doesn't say, hey, you guys were such fucks for making me scared of expressing myself. I was scared of the backlash. She doesn't say that out loud. It doesn't scold the people, I suppose, is what you want. Goodwin, that's what you want. You wanted to say, hey, motherfuckers. I think Brianna is reacting to larger social forces at work that have weakened those she was afraid of. So because those she was afraid of are weaker, she now could feel, she feels that she could work. She could do this. So now they're sufficiently weakened. I suppose they are sufficiently weakened by the Trump winning. That makes sense. I agree. If Kamala had won, I don't think she would be on this path yet. If Kamala had won, she would not be on it yet. It's not. It's just the now because Trump has won. Yeah, there you go, Blair. Let me put that there. Emperor. Hi, Sherry. Goodwin. Blair had, and I think that's where Blair is like. You get the sense that Blair is not being chummy with her. Had her stance when, like, Blair is not embracing where they agree as excitedly as Brianna is. It was to do so, Brianna. In which case, as well, I would say much less dangerous. It was much less dangerous because I'll put underneath. Trump. Yeah. So I'm also. I don't think I'm. Yeah. According to Hassan, yes, Hassan, the person we all look to for guidance. Between Trump winning and the UK report halting transitioning for children, the social tide has turned. I should hope so. I hope the social tide has turned. I think if she's a barometer for this, if Brianna's changing, if Brianna's comfort in coming out with this is a barometer for that, then I'm happy. Go do it. I want that change, but that's why I put my little heart next to Blair, because she has been saying this for years. So, but at the same time, fine, own it. When you've changed your mind, when you've been weak and call yourself a coward because you were, say it, and then also lick Blair's boots. Do it, and say, yeah, Blair, you're fucking right. Look at you. Blair is a dude, Kitty. Yes, MSK. Blair has male parts. I acknowledge that. Don't worry. Go.
I think I just want to really say it is on us for not having common sense about this. Now, Brad,
I appreciate that.
She says she appreciates that. That's as close as she gets to being nice. She's like, I appreciate that. That's it. She's not ugly. Like I said, she's not ugly to Brianna, but she's not like, oh my God, Bessie.
Genuinely mean it. I genuinely for not having common sense about this.
It's on us. So actually, going back to what you were talking about there, Sneen, about. She even says we didn't have common sense about this. Her common sense was the lack of common sense around her. She didn't pick that up, or she didn't say, hey, this is the wrong sense for us to collectively have. She didn't pick that up. Nah, so that's how she lands up characterizing it. It's on us for not having common sense about this. It's on them for having the wrong common sense. So I'll put that in here. It's on them. Actually, I'll put them separately in different blocks so I can put the two comments. Oh, you mother. I think it's actually just, yeah, there you go. It was just putting this in a black box. Usually my Xmind is very good at picking up what your fonts should and shouldn't be doing. I don't know, common sense about this. I'll put this here. Okay, that's what I think when it comes to that. What you laughing at? Would I be considered gay if I bang Blair? Would what? Thank you, MSK. Would banning be better than most modern women? You mean banging Blair? Yes, but Blair does not have a female orifice kind of thing. So do with that what you wish. So, but then again, don't do that. Let's have a bit of respect for her, but she knows people land up speaking about her that way anyway. Banging, yeah. But thank you. We are closer towards we actually are. We are one more super chat. Look, as much as the Blair Simp project, I'm a Blair Simp. Okay, literally Blair is on the list of channels I simp for. So, what of it? What was I going to say? That MSK got me thinking. Oh yes, we had 2 super chats before the goal started, so we actually are just 1 super chat away from reaching the goal. For me, what's the name? Drawing 3 prompts from chat. Oh, Bimo did it. Did he just do a blank? You just did a blank. Yeah. I think Bimo is biased because he wants me to draw. So there you go. We will at the end of the stream, guys. Okay, so towards the end, I'm not going to do the drawing right now because we're already very far off. It's my final dollar till Friday. I'm so thankful for that final dollar. I appreciate it. You will definitely get first dibs on, but you're probably going to be asleep by the time we get to. You can leave your prompt. You can send it to me on. Actually, put it in chat, and I'll favorite it, and it'll be in the starred thing. Yeah. Lucy, if you're still here, anybody who's super chatted, you guys have what's the name? First, what do you call it? First dibs on what the prompt that I'm supposed to draw. So basically what you're doing is giving me a Gartic phone prompt, as if we were playing together and I have to draw it. So yeah, say it. And so Lucy, Big Ship, Sparkles, I think Sparkles is still, and MSK. So anybody who's there, you get priority. Thank you, darling. Thank you, darling. Yes. Choice, have a threesome with Blair and Brianna, or go on a date with Destiny. Yeah, I'd rather with Blair and Brianna. Sorry. Destiny, no. Sorry. My prompt, Blair as a Transformer robot. Okay. I'm going to make sure that she's very hot. Okay. Okay, so that is BMO's one. And remember, the goal was for those super chats that I have to make the images available on Twitter and everything. So they'll be there. Okay, let's continue.
Now, Brad,
I appreciate that. By the way.
I genuinely mean it. I genuinely, you've been out here tanking for the team for what, 10 years? I've been doing this for 4 months. I'm losing my mind. It's awful.
So she's admitting again. She goes again, like, you've been tanking for the team for years. I've been doing it 4 months. It's awful. So that is even now. So as much as you guys, I mean, I agree. She's coming out at a safer time here. It's still awful. She still has to deal with the backlash. She still has to deal with people telling her that she is not trans enough or she doesn't care about trans people and all of the things that Blair has been dealing with for years.
It is so exhausting. You're trying to save trans people. They're all screaming at you all the time. It's like, I wouldn't.
So there is the explanation of why she wasn't doing it before. I suppose the screaming was something she couldn't bear. She didn't have the strength to bear that screaming and whatever. So now that the social tide has changed, she's chosen a better side. So screaming, trying to save, but being screamed at from all sides. So I'll put a note here as in this backlash is what she was cowering from. Now the social made her more confident against it. I'm going to obviously commend Blair more than Brianna in this situation, but I'm going to be happy that Brianna came to the light. If no, hey Theo, because she gets censored, Jay. What did? Oh, it crashed. So Brianna was happy to mouth positions she did not believe in out of fear, but now that it's safe, she says she claims she really believed. Yeah. Who knows? So I guess you're just like, okay, it's what do you call it? It's grift. That's what you're saying, Goodwin. You're saying she was grifting. I'm going to be ha 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 ha. So early. Yes, it is. It's actually, I should have started at 6:30 your time. So yeah, because the other people are actually around at that time. Okay, let's go. Let's continue. It censored it in the chat for me. Well, it didn't. It came through to StreamYard. Okay.
Wouldn't be out here doing this if I wasn't trying to make sure we have a path to healthcare. Brad, to your question.
So her reasoning for doing this is wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't. What did she say? Trying to get a path to.
Like, I wouldn't be out here doing this if I wasn't trying to make sure we have a path to healthcare.
She's trying to make sure that they have a path to healthcare. So clearly, what we could probably think of is that she thought that was the path to healthcare. Now she realizes this isn't the path to healthcare. Well, I'm just going to say doing this to find path to healthcare. So that's her main. She herself has said there. This is her main priority. Motivation for changing. Tune. Motivation for changing tune. So I suppose Goodwin, that's where you could be with it's more of an explanation for you. She's guilty of either lying, hypocrisy, or bandwagoning, or combination thereof. What is wrong with changing a mind though? You can be guilty, I suppose, of being stupid, of lying. I suppose she was lying. I guess that's as far as it is, because she spoke about those things. She didn't speak up, and silence is violence or whatever. But if I'm correct, she actually was on the side of trans crazies, I suppose. Yes, she will at some point. She gets to this ship. She gets to this. This is just initially her trying to make friends with Blair, and then she goes on to. So actually, I'll also put a summary in there. Agreed with Blair for years, doing this to find a path to healthcare. So this is her main goal. But here, I'll put here. This whole thing, summary, is making friends with Blair. Okay. She trying. And then she goes into disagreeing with Blair. So over here is where she'll disagree with Blair. So here is where we have her. She goes back to this conversation. Cool, let's do that. Yes, I did put makeup. Thank you, Theo, for noticing. Didn't put too much though, okay? I didn't put anything on my eyes because I always rub them. So she said she was on the side of Blair for years, but spoke up publicly in the last 4 months. Yeah, that time she believed one thing and said another, so she lied, yeah? It's nice that she now publicly says she agrees with Blair, but her credibility is suspect due to that prior behavior. Yeah, she needs to, I suppose she needs to build up that trust. Looks pretty. Thank you, Theo. Making friends with Blair sounds like a reality show. Men and women, done. Bye. That's what Theo says? Okay. So that's it.
Brad, to your question, like, how do I feel about children transitioning? So I entered into this, like the Brianna Wu of 5 years ago assumed that when WPATH was saying this stuff was safe, that WPATH was an actual scientific organization.
Okay, so she also is explaining where she's also explaining where her previous state of her previous thinking came from. So the Brianna 5 years ago years ago. Liz believed. What is it called? Oh, thank you, BMO. Yes, thank you so much, BMO. God, rest of you assholes just only thought I was pretty today. Okay.
It's not WPATH.
That's what makeup's supposed to do, is make you pretty. So what do you want? Like, am I going to be upset that it did a thing? That it did what it was supposed to? I don't know. That is a compliment I've gotten before. You look so nice with makeup. You should wear makeup more often. It's like, thanks, I guess.
Children transitioning. So I entered into this, like the Brianna Wu of 5 years ago assumed that when WPATH was saying this stuff was safe, that WPATH was an actual scientific organization.
Okay, 5 believed WPATH was an actual scientific organization. Okay. Now it's not. Realized it's not. Okay, so this is part of the paradigm shift for her. She's explaining, look at these simps. Listen, that one simp Theo over here is my best man, or our best man, so he has to simp. Yes, the good old backhanded compliment, then inferring that you don't look good would make a good, yeah. So you look better. But anyway, realized it isn't. I explained that I was putting in effort today. Listen, this is the point. I explained in the beginning of the thing that I put in effort today for the stream. Like, look, here we are, we're doing the thing. And Brianna and definitely Blair. Look at Blair. She's busy pushing her eyelashes back in place. Okay, she knows how to do makeup. So I just thought let's start. This will be a good start to me wearing makeup. Look, I tried. I can do it too. Not really. I'm never going to be able to do. I used to do that thick eyeliner like that, but not the winged one. So do like the Audrey Hepburn eyeliner. I don't think I'm going to be doing that for streaming because I always touch my face. So anyway, Brianna's looking good, much more passable than you a couple years ago with current makeup and glasses. Yeah, I like her hair. Blair's is freaking long. Anyway, realized it isn't a scientific organization. Bieber Kitty is best kitty. Guys, by the way, Nico, when memberships, once they are set up, which should be by the end of this week, one of the emotes that you will be able to have access to as a member is Bieber Kitty. Or if you want to, what it'll actually be called is Bowl Cut Kitty. So look out for that. Be a member. Get a Bowl Cut Kitty. You know what they do? Yes, most women do makeup better than me anyway, so I'm not going to be mad with men for that. And have you seen drag queens? Flippin' hell. Okay, realize it isn't scientific organization.
It's not. And I'm sure Blair and I both looked at these stories about the activist fringe hijacking of the science there, and I think there's a ton of concerns that have to be addressed here.
So she basically is saying activists hijacked these organizations like this. So she was, this is her justification for what her thinking was. She believed them. She believed these people. And I guess what Blair's thing is she looked at what those people were saying and said, her own common sense tells me this is not a good idea. Tells me that you're still taking away the ability for children to, well, you're sterilizing children at this point. You're probably going to ruin the lives of some gay people as well, and some tomboys and whatever, through this puberty blocking practice. So while this is the official explanation, I'm still with Blair on this, that yeah, you should have seen this coming. You should have listened to Blair when Blair said they're talking shit. But now Brianna is going, yeah, it was hijacked by activists. It's better than never saying it.
So what I've done is, in good faith, I've gone through every single one of these subgroups as best as I can. I've asked scientists for answers. I've made friends with journalists. I've really made the best faith effort I can to understand this. And
she's made a best faith effort to understand that. This phenomenon. So I suppose what she means by best faith, good faith, is what she's trying to let them explain themselves, because that's what I'm getting from good faith.
I think you have three groups. I think one is the non-binary political project.
So she made an effort to understand this phenomenon, and then she came with her these are these are the groups that she would include and exclude. So as a result, so I'm going to say as a result concludes group 1, non-binary political project. And that's where they do agree.
Where I think Blair and I are both going to agree they do not need to be transitioning if you don't feel.
They don't need to be transitioning. So the way that she explains it is, if you don't feel very strongly you're a man, you don't need to change.
Very strongly you're a man or a woman, you do not need to be medically transitioning. It's medical malpractice for them to do that. So take them.
Okay, so she's now admitted this is her. Now, I mean, like, listen, another come to Jesus moment. She's actually saying it. She said it out loud. That's medical malpractice. They don't need to be transitioning. That is medical malpractice. So that's part of what she was not saying before. This is part of she didn't have courage to say before Trump won. And my question is, like, if Kamala did win, where does she think this? Where does she think she would be? I know that doesn't really matter because here is where we are, but I just want to. I would like to honestly know. What would she be doing? Would she be trying to? Would she be putting the brakes on, say, an executive order that transes all the kids? You know what I'm saying? Would she? Or would she just sit back? I support her though, especially it makes her feel more like herself. Looks like work for my French, doesn't look bad though. No, of course they all have to do work. Okay. So yeah, I don't know if I'd go as far as Wu being a grifter. No, I think she actually just genuinely had this thought. So maybe it's weird. It's that I do agree that because it's safer for her, she has the backup to engage in. I do agree that happened, but at the same time, I won't go as far as grifter. I understand. I'm with you on that. I'm just saying that I'm disappointed in her. Not mad, just disappointed. Because I want her to be as cool as Blair. Why can't everyone just be as cool as Blair?
I'm off the table. The second group.
Okay, so these are the people. As a result, concludes there are groups who shouldn't. I'm actually going to put this as a separate thing. There are groups that shouldn't transition. And she explains who that is. Group 1, non-binary, that's malpractice. Okay. Changed. Came to conclusions. Okay, group 1. Group 2 is
group transitioning. It's medical malpractice for them to do that. So take them off the table. The second group is the female to male transition.
So her second one is female to male because she doesn't think, because of testosterone, basically, that a female to male, it's easier for a female body to go get male than it is for a male body to become female because of the effects of testosterone. She explains that a bit more, but basically that's what she's female. So this is a way that will piss people off to even say that. She's saying a whole group of people, female to male. If you're a female, based on your sex, you can't change. Based on your sex, you can't change to your other sex at a certain age. You can wait. So she's like, it's like she's applying these standards willy-nilly. Okay, group female to male transsexuals, because there's no benefit. So to her, there's no benefit. So it's fine. So, oh, okay, I'll speak on it next. Okay, group, I'll be able to coherently say what I'm thinking. What does non-binary transition even mean? Exactly. The transition occurs. Yes. So what Brianna is wanting is that transition occurs before puberty for males, because testosterone will make a huge impact on the person's body. So you'll see.
Sexuals. They were not a force when I transitioned 20 years.
So part of this is they weren't a force. She says a force, so I don't know what she means by a force. She said what they weren't as numerous when I transitioned, when she transitioned. What, 20 years ago? Listen, the non-binaries were not a force either. So I'll just say here, force meaning numerous. How numerous they were? Okay, that's, I don't know.
Years ago, there were a few of them here and there, but they just, like, it was Buck Angel, and that was it. This is the largest.
So there was Buck Angel, and that was it. And this is the largest part of the cohort now.
It's part of the cohort. It is expanded wide.
Yeah. So now the largest, it's expanded. So she's basically saying, hey, these people have taken over. These female to male transsexuals.
Wildly,
they've started hijacking the movement, I suppose.
Don't transition for the same reasons that we do, and there's no rush whatsoever.
She says they don't transition for the same reasons we do. So this is them's fighting words, I'm thinking, for the trans community, because they are then making, she's then making enemies with female to male transsexuals in that statement. Buck Angel is so weird. I love Buck Angel. It's funny. Okay, don't transition for the same reason. Yeah. Historically, gender dysphoria was predominantly male. Yeah. And now it's like all of the unhappy women now want to be men. Or all the queer women now have to be men. That will be the solution to their lives.
To getting them medically transitioned.
Okay, so this sentence here, there's no rush. There's no rush to get them medically transitioned. That is this explanation she goes into with testosterone. Why? There's no rush to get them. So this is okay. This is why we can we don't need to transition these kids. These kids are fine. That they can be left to change their minds. The other kids, the male kids, woo, let's change them.
So I say take them off the table too. Testosterone will work just as well for them at 19 as it will at 14.
So that's the reason. Testosterone at 19 as it does at 14. So the whole reason, which has always been behind wanting to transition kids, is that it makes the transition easier because they don't go through puberty, and therefore their body is a lot more malleable, and then they have a better transition. It's better. It's just better for their transition. But and that's in Brianna's eyes, that benefit of this easier transition outweighs all of the shit that comes with being on puberty blockers and all of the mistakes. So I'm with Blair on this. I'm not with her on this.
The ones with all the desistant traits, just make them wait. We're not the same thing.
She says these are the ones with the desistant traits. So most of the detransitioners are male to female. I mean, female to male. So she says most of the desistance rate is from F to M. So she's like, they can wait. So she says, make them wait. Literally says, make them wait. So it's okay for them to wait. It's okay for them to wait. Cool?
The third group is people like us, Blair, male to female transsexuals.
There are groups. There are groups, and shouldn't transition. Okay, so here, group 1, don't transition. Group 2, make them wait. Okay, group 3, absolutely let us. But of course, she does have the little bit of the tempered thing of, okay, let's we'll just have more stringent policies though. Women are dumb. Women are dumb. They change their minds a lot.
I think we would both agree that WPATH has compromised male to female transsexuals.
Group 3, male to female transsexuals. Okay. And now she says that WPATH compromised standards. So now she's trying to get like a mid-tier standard.
I think we would both agree that WPATH has compromised the standards here. And there are far too many male to female transsexuals that are going through this and are being medicalized.
So she does admit this now. She is admitting far too many male to female transitioners. So she has admitted that. That's again, yay, good for you noticing and saying it. We'll talk about when, but hey, at least you're saying it now. Transitioners, medicalized. What? When it isn't a good fit. Okay.
It's not a good fit for them. But there are some that would fit that old school 6 out of 6 category that are very, very clearly served by having access to transition. And
okay, so she says there are some that match criterias. Old school criteria that there are some that would match old school criteria that are served by having access. That's a lot of words to say. There are real trans people that are benefit. There are real trans kids that would benefit from this. Okay, whereas with Blair, there are real people, trans people, that would benefit from this. Not kids. We still don't touch the kids. We still leave the kids alone. But she now says There are some that are old school frontier that are served by having access to transition. Are you talking about child transition or adult? And of course, when it comes to child, she's okay with it.
What makes sense to me is taking a pause, admitting that GLAD, WPATH, the ACL.
Okay, so it makes sense. GLAD. So this is part of her part of her come to Jesus. She's denouncing them. Are captured.
ACLU, all these organizations have hijacked the science.
Okay, so they hijacked the science. Okay. Cool. So that's like her look. Finally standing up. Okay, so she's finally standing up to them. Good for her.
And that we need to start over and build some standards and leave a window open there to identify those children with new clinical.
So that is the major thing. So her solution is get new standards. What does she say? How does she
start over and build some standards and
start over? New standards. Leave a window open for children to for some children to transition.
And leave a window open there to identify those children with new clinical protocols. I think that makes sense to me. But what
she still believes that identifying a trans child is better. So if we had better standards, her solution is better standards, and Blair's is never. There's no standards. That's it. There's no need for that. The standard should be letting you. So it's not. There's no standards. The standard should be that it has to persist through childhood past puberty. That's where I'm at. It's that. That's what has to happen. You can't take that risk. And the child is just going to go through shit. Yes, they're going to go through shit while they figure out their gender dysphoria or their asthma or their whatever, where they grow out of it. It's something. It could be a childhood condition, but we don't transition children. I was a little bit more open to it in the beginning of this debate, but the way that I see her phrasing it here, it makes me. I'm with Blair on this. Like, let's be cautious. Yeah. Why do we have to fuck around with children? Why? Just don't. And at the end of the day, it is just essentially it becomes just an aesthetic thing, as much as Brianna tries to say it doesn't.
What I'm talking about would shrink the number of children transitioning by easily 90%.
Okay, so what she's talking about, this. So it'll be less. There'll be fewer. So because there's fewer, it's not as bad. But what about 100%? It's better to have than having 100. Let's not mess up 10% of children. No, 10% of the people, of the children that are going through this stuff.
So I think it doesn't have to be an all or nothing policy solution.
For those.
So she's saying it doesn't have to be all or nothing. That's the way she thinks. That's where they're essentially disagreeing. In my opinion, even that's the somewhat sensible people in pro-transition side, Brianna, still believe genders can be interchangeable if done in a specific way. Yeah, in bed without my earphones, but I wanted to say hi and drop a like. Well, thank you, Jana. Thank you, even though you can't hear me, Sam. Thank you. So yeah, what Blair would describe as being transgender is a completely different Oh, good night, Goodwin. Being trans is a different kind of human format. It's not male or female, it's trans. You aren't a female suddenly. You are of female gender, you are performing the female gender, you are living as a woman, but yeah, it's not it's a different state of being. So Brianna, maybe what you're saying there, Nico, is like people like Brianna are still thinking that you are a female now. I don't think so, considering what she says later. Are you going, Nico, are you saying goodnight to everybody, or are you saying goodnight to people that are saying goodnight to you? Okay, anyway, let's continue.
Those people, though, Brianna,
Yeah.
why can't they wait till 18?
Because
So I like that Brad asks here, for those people, why can't they wait until 18? Because you've explained all of this, obviously. I think he just gets a better phrasing. She's used a lot of words with this, him asking her, why can't, let's actually put this here. This group wait until they are 18. I think that's a really good way of getting her to just explain it further. It's not like, ooh, a gotcha. It's just elaborate for us. Explain to us what is bad about making those people wait. You've said they benefit from it. They benefit from it. Tell us what the alternative is. So I like that Brad asks here. He's very quiet most of the time, but this was a good question to ask.
because testosterone is a one-way street. You know,
Testosterone is a one-way street. Okay, so it's like once the damage is done, I suppose.
you know, like it will screw your body up.
So you see, Blair is like there because she sees this is now we're getting to the aesthetics argument, because the reason that people give is that testosterone changes that little child's body so much that they can't transition later on. That they will encounter all kinds of trouble by transitioning later on. Let's also, nobody mentions it in this debate, but a child will develop less to work with for vaginoplasty if they are on puberty blockers. So what then? So, and again, you are damaging, just in my opinion, you're damaging the child more than you are helping them.
A way that will make it much more difficult for you to integrate into society.
So testosterone is a one-way street. It will affect your body in such a way that it will make it more difficult to integrate. So that's how she's wording it. It makes it more difficult for you to integrate into society. So the way that Blair will talk about that, and okay, yeah, it's a bit reductive, but she does go, it's cosmetic, or it's aesthetic. She's saying, you're just saying that it makes your body look more manly, therefore your transition isn't as good, isn't as easy. So that's ruined children's lives. Cool.
You know, it's just testosterone is so powerful. Let me give you a really specific example. I've had 3 separate surgeries on my jaw to make it like small enough that I look decent.
Okay, so she's saying there's 3 separate surgeries. So it makes surgeries more necessary, or it makes extensive surgeries more necessary. She had 3 jaw surgeries, feminization. Okay.
Partial. I've had 3 separate surgeries on my jaw to make it like small enough that I look decent. I have partial paralysis on one side.
And she's saying she has partial. So she's saying now, this over here, this kind of, I needed 3 surgeries and the partial paralysis and all of that, that would have been taken away, would not have been a factor if I hadn't gone through puberty. If I hadn't grown a male jaw, then I would, if I, just not developed to adulthood, then I would have a much easier time passing. And that just does not seem good enough to me. But obviously it's, to me, who cares, right? But when it comes to a trans person saying whether it's good enough or not, I will take them a lot more seriously. I'll give them the authority that they deserve in that regard. And I'm with Blair on it. That, no, rather have more surgeries, rather have your partial paralysis, whatever, than essentially destroying a child. In case they might land up, you put them on this path. It seems crazy to me. What happened? Did Adam wave the flag? Are puberty blockers a two-way street, or are they a two-way for only a short while? Yeah, that's actually a good question. She seems to have come to the conclusion that no, puberty blockers are not safe. So, but she still thinks that puberty blockers are worth it for males trying to be females. He didn't waive it recently. Okay. I could take estrogen for 5 years and I'd just go back to normal when I stopped. If you were a boy, apparently that's actually a good question. They don't get into the pause, the pressing pause. They don't do that. It's like they stopped talking about the pause button. Because remember in the What is a Woman documentary, one of the leading endocrinologist people says, we just put a pause on puberty, and then we just started again. So puberty blockers are just for them to make sure that they figure it out. It's a pause button. No, you're fucking everything up by putting them on puberty blockers. Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize I'd get this angry. Because I'm getting this angry because I'm just thinking of the child going through that, because we're worried about how pretty the girl's going to be on the other side. Imagine going through puberty at 32. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
In my face. These surgeries are not innocuous.
These surgeries are not innocuous. Okay, so when do we get to those surgeries? When are they allowed? I would expect that Brianna is saying that, yeah, only for adults. So you can't be doing those sort of surgeries on kids, at least. I'm sure she would then agree, right? Partial paralysis. These surgeries aren't innocuous. My counter argument there is puberty blockers are not innocuous. That's it. Puberty blockers for any format of child in this situation, it's not good. There is another group of people that will say, oh, but puberty blockers were developed for children that enter puberty too early. So we use it on them. Why is it okay for them? Because they're abnormal. They're entering puberty at the age of 6. That's a problem. Jesus.
So I just think that, I think if we can identify those few kids, I think you're going to be saving them a lot of trauma down the line.
So
Makes sense to her. So identify real trans kids, save them a lot of trauma. So these are all different ways of saying it, and then Blair does come in and say it's aesthetic. It's not what you're talking about here. Is not. It's not saving people from trauma. It's supposedly making these surgeries less harrowing. And as Blair says, that's not even a guarantee.
So Blair, why don't you buy that argument, right? Because if you have kids who are genuinely trans, who are going to be trans women when they grow up, if they do this when they're younger, they'll be able to more effectively transition. That's not compelling enough to allow it for you, right?
There you go. I love that what Brad does here. It's like he's summarizes it, what this all means, and then she now needs to respond to it. So I'll actually, I don't know, actually we could do it here. Over here. Summary. Blair, why so it's kids identifying when they grow up would transition easier. Why do you disagree with this? Really appreciate that. Like little ending off there and then saying, cool, tell us what you think about this, Blair. And then that's why we're gonna go there. The man hired to stare at trans women. That's basically what he's doing. He's the moderator, basically, Rex. Getting angry at child abuse is a standard reaction, yeah. By the way, we still only have one prompt for the Gartic drawing. Anyway, continuing.
No, I find that most of the arguments, well, really all of the arguments about allowing, if we just want to narrow it down to male to female transition underage, it's hard for me to ever hear one that isn't based on aesthetics.
Okay, so that's how she's characterized it. And Brianna does not like that. She does later on have a problem with characterizing it as pure aesthetics. Here she says... against just transitioning males to females, against puberty block for male to female children, child transition, arguments always based on aesthetic. So she says it's always based on aesthetic, but I'm like, you know what? It's aesthetic, therefore trauma. It's weighing up the aesthetics as if that's the only thing that matters, and yeah, it's no, you'll have to have more surgeries. So more that's gonna reduce that's gonna increase the trauma that you're gonna have. Listen, being a trans person is not for sissies. No matter when you're starting your transition, it ain't gonna be easy. I don't know what to tell you.
And I know that aesthetics can sort of have like a deeper meaning in the trans community because it means also social integration, and there's something to be said for that. However,
so yeah, aesthetics relates to sorry, I just need a stand. Aesthetics relates to social integration, therefore trauma. Right. My watch is telling me to stand, boys, but I didn't stand long enough for my watch to be happy. Sorry, watch. Okay.
I just think that aesthetics is never a trade-off for being able to have children someday.
Okay, so for her, it's about children. And Lucy earlier, like orgasm, all of those sort of experiences. And people are like, why do you care about children's orgasms? Like, no, we care about the human experience of this person as they go forth. But okay, let's just stick at that. Let's just do a little let's just do a little wiggle and find the answer. Okay, anyway, aesthetics relates to social integration. Aesthetics is never a trade-off for ability to have children. Okay, so for her, it's like you're sterilizing children as well. You're sterilizing people before they actually have genetic material to save for eventual what's the name? What do you call them? Eventual just having somebody have your child. I can't stand that watch. Gender dysphoria is at least partially an aesthetic mental issue. Yeah, at least it is. Because it's related, and she does actually say it's related to or like a sister of what do you call it? Dysmorphia.
You know, and then you look at just the fact that even, you know, trans adults who, even if they start as adults, there's such a wide variety of things that you can choose to do or not to do, right? So for me,
for her as well, that was it. She didn't do vaginoplasty.
I started at 20, and I still wish I would have had more information about, you know, what it meant for having children in the future. And that's something.
So she very openly has chosen not to have vaginoplasty because she doesn't want to go through that. But she's done everything else. She's hotter than most women, okay? So there you go. So that's what she's talking about as well, is that even after puberty, there is a choice. There are choices. What to do and what not. Well, what to get done and what not to get done. Okay, so this lighter argument of, oh well, it's fine if we're not giving double mastectomies to little girls. It's fine. We can just sterilize all the gay boys. It's fine. Let's just do that. Let's just make sure nobody gay reproduces or nobody trans reproduces. Is that how it's gonna? I'm sorry, I am characterizing it in a conflicting way to just make you think about it that way. Make you think about it in the worst way possible.
And that's now off the table for me simply because I wasn't informed.
Okay, having children. That's actually that is just part of this point over here. So she did not keep at the time before transition. Before going on to hormones and everything, she had what would have been viable genetic material, sperm, no longer available. So even after saying that, she goes into that, but I think she should have focused on what comes next.
And then it goes to, well, obviously there needs to be more information. But I find that, I mean, if we were to do it sort of how you just laid out, Brianna, it's still, I'm finding difficulty locating where we can switch the people that are currently doing all the protocols and seeing all the patients, because these are the people that have been stolen by the activism. And
so she just got no trust. She doesn't go into, she goes back to this logic over here eventually. But here she goes, you would have to, no, difficulty trusting the people making new standards. Would have to replace. Basically, the people who stole the organization. Okay.
so we would have to literally replace almost everybody. I mean, you know, this is
So she's just basically saying it's not viable. Which, yeah, okay, that's a secondary argument to me. That's like, yeah, it's not viable for you to put in these new this window here over here. She doesn't trust that window, so I'm gonna actually put that here. Blair doesn't trust this to happen sufficiently. Okay, but also for me, it's like the damage done. I don't know, it's a toss-up, and it seems like the damage done to the child is way worse. Maybe socially, there's easier ways we can ease a child through that experience, but biologically fucking with him, not a good idea.
As well as I do, even the amount of just like credible doctors and surgeons that like adults see in this space is so limited, and there's so many issues, and the few that are like, okay, have this weird monopoly, and then it's just strange. I guess I just don't trust anybody who's been in charge of this to even adhere to different rules, because
yeah, we'd have to replace them, and people given the rules before were breaking them. I don't know. She just doesn't trust them. Like I said, secondary arguments.
They had actually been breaking many of the rules for a long time, you know, even though this is where the leftists do get one thing correct, is that there have been guidelines for, you know, minors transitioning that have been, you know, especially in the not so distant past, a little bit stricter, but you had these professionals who were completely bypassing them. You've had whistle.
So they were, she's referring to older, stricter rules for transitioning. Didn't work. We're also, I think we've spoken about this with any system on thinkers. Basically, it's like, listen, no matter what the policy is, people will bypass it. There's no, that's not to say never make a policy, because okay, it's not worth it. It's just that try and make it as bulletproof as possible. Try and make sure that there aren't that many loopholes. But what she's saying is, oh, well, there were loopholes before. There were people breaking rules before. Again, that shouldn't be the bedrock of your answer. The answer is let us weigh up the trauma that a possible child would go through versus, you know, the trauma of an adult. An adult later on. I feel like an adult should be making that choice. An adult should be undertaking that experience, not a child.
Blowers coming out and stating that at clinics there were children coming in and switching their pronouns day to day and still getting put on hormones. So I just don't.
So this is the gender clinics. I'm just going to put their gender clinics. Pronouns day to day. Okay, she's just giving us an example there.
Trust the people in charge to do this. I also think that, you know, there is just no trade-off for, you know, I respect the fact that you chose to do surgeries to your face, and I did as well. I guess it's just like I would trade that for a second, any facial work I had, for like the ability to have children.
Yeah.
And
so she's got the trade-off, the ability to have children. I'll put that here. Would trade all facial work for the ability to have children. And we'll see Brianna's response to that as well. And then I'll have something to chime in there in terms of children, because hey, I'll talk about not wanting children and all of that. Oh, what is wrong? Has anybody... Vignesh, ma'am, college fees payment? No. Has anybody banned this person yet? No. Okay, I'll do it. Yeah, mods, thank you. Thank you, darling, for modding that person out. Thank you. What's up, Walk Pocket? He's gone. Thank you, Bimo. Well, thank you, darling. I like how Indian bots... Yeah, I guess I'm appealing that way, guys. Woohoo! At least, hey, I suppose that means that we've gone into a different plane of the analytics if bots are showing up now. I don't have the power to permaban. No. Okay. Gender clinics, changing pronouns day to day. Let's get back to the point.
So if you start that at a young age, that's just gone. The chance is zero. Whereas
chance is zero. So main thing being child. Now, this is a great argument as well. Where Brianna goes, there's still a defining line, right? Just so facial work for the ability to have children. If she started puberty blockers equals no chance for biological children. Right? So it just seems like a very shallow, sort of not nuanced enough argument that Brianna goes into here.
You know, it's also subjective if you necessarily needed those surgeries, you know?
So over here she goes, it's aesthetics relates to social integration, but then it's also subjective of needing pervasive or innocuous of needing surgeries. She doesn't in the first place. So again, that goes back to, in my opinion as well, is not the only choice. Vaginoplasty is not by no means an easy thing. Okay? That it can go wrong and mostly does. Just don't. So I can understand why people don't go for that. Just don't mess around with that sort of stuff. Rather just live as a woman, and accept and integrate through psychotherapy, accepting what your body is. That seems to be like the balance that Blair has gotten to in terms of feminizing herself. Look, the lips is another story, but that's got to do with just California, I would say. Although she doesn't live there anymore. But yeah, the lips thing you could point to and say, oh no, that makes her body dysmorphic and she's not cured, whatever. But I honestly think that Blair has integrated her body with her personality.
And it's going to be subjective for each person. You know, at its core, trans is, if we just want to be real, it's a mind issue, but it's very much a body issue. 100%. And there's a reason why people do conflate it with things like body dysmorphia, because they are kind of like sister disorders here. And so, you know, it's subjective if you even needed those surgeries, and if I ever needed my surgeries. So I think it really just comes down to...
So that is her a lot of people criticize Blair because Blair is one of the most successful transitions you could ever see. That's beautiful. Like, she's hotter, like I've said, she's hotter than most women. So people think people usually laugh at when Blair says something like that, because it's like, it's easy for you to say because you so easily pass. You got all the good surgeons and you just got lucky. You passed so well. But something else that Blair does say is that there's people that have transitioned early and they also don't pass. So passing is a problem no matter when you do it, which is also my thing. It's just like, being trans is not for sissies. It's going to be difficult no matter what. There's going to be trauma no matter what. I understand the idea of trying to reduce the trauma, but do that through psychotherapy throughout the process. Don't transition the children.
18. And I know that that's going to be, you know, harder for some people if they have to wait, you know, if they genetically are going to be too tall or whatever, but even too tall is subjective. So I think that what's objective are the things that are, you know, irrevocably changed through transition that minors can't reverse afterwards. You also
there are that go through they aren't worth it. That is Blair's golden moment to me as well. Like, this is one of the favorite things. Like, listen, it's this basically is the golden moment, the golden thing for me, because that's it. That's the core of the argument that I have against transitioning children, is that the impact, the proposed benefits is not worth it. And you are essentially the big thing. So you're making a minor make that decision.
Also have to remember that, you know, there's a difference between, like you said, Brad, you know, what about the children who know that they're trans and are going to end up being trans? There may be some, you know what I mean? And I don't deny that, because I've met people like that who are like, they knew at 14 and they're 35 years old and they're still like, I would never change a thing. I'm glad. However, that doesn't mean they knew the reality of being trans in general.
This is a beautiful argument. Oh shit, I forgot this. This is even better.
They didn't know what it actually would mean to walk through the world, you know, being trans. And that's a huge factor for if you should transition or not. If you're weighing like, should I do this or should I not? You really need to have somewhat of an adult scope of what your life would actually be like. And on the flip side to all of this, I've also met, you know, trans people who transitioned underage and, not to be too harsh, but do not meet any criteria that people would call passable. You know, it's all.
So if you are transitioning early for possibility, it's not a guarantee. Some people transition so what Brianna will do is say, well, I'm not talking about passing, I'm talking about just mental health, I'm talking about the experience. It's not just aesthetic, it's further. But again, then it's like, yeah, you're making that decision for a minor. Just try and think about things that a minor should be able to consent to. Okay, now I'll get into it actually just now. Hold on. Some people transition but still aren't possible. It isn't necessarily going to benefit everyone. Anyway. Okay, I love this argument here of you, in order to transition. So this is an argument beyond aesthetics. She does make an argument beyond aesthetics, but Brianna will only talk about only characterize it as you're talking about aesthetics. She did just say adult requires transition requires an adult idea of what it means to be trans. Okay, you are not developed. You are not an adult. You are, if you can put this child down a path that they're going to be trans, that you've decided already what they're going to do, and you've also subjected them to certain traumas. That's also not a good enough argument for Blair as well. Transition requires an adult idea of what it means to be trans, what your life would look like. Like what? I think that's a beautiful way of
all arranged.
expressing
There's
it.
people that transition as kids and they still shoot up to 6 feet tall and they still don't look a certain way people might perceive a woman to look. So I just don't. I think that 18 is not too big of an ask. There's so many things in society we're restricted to doing until 18, and there's always people that argue back and forth on that. But for me, I think it's a good compromise and would actually show good faith to the general public if the community just was, you know what, if it's 18, that's probably for the best. Because I think that
her argument is 18 is probably for the best. 18 is for the best. A good compromise shows good faith to the public. We're not here and queer and coming for your kids either, because you mess with people's kids, that's just not gonna. You're not gonna come out of this okay.
that it is ultimately. I'm never the kind of person who's going to limit anybody who is of an adult age to do anything, frankly. And so the people maybe on the right or the more of a turf ideology who, you know, make the arguments about, well, actually, you know, the frontal lobe is at 20 something. And if at 18 you can live, if at 18 you can live and die for.
She stands out distinguishes herself from people that are like, no, I want it to be this brain at this age. She's like, listen, if 18 is when you can go and die for your country, then 18 is when you can transition. Not proponents of frontal lobe transition at 20 rule. Okay, so she's not a super conservative in that way, which I appreciate her distinguishing.
For your country, you know, you can get a surgery or you start a drug that you wanted to start. So I'm an 18 person.
Yeah. So Brianna, on these points, right?
Boy, I've got a lot of them.
Yeah. How about
Yeah, I see. She doesn't want the. I might have transitioned if I was 5'4" too, to be honest. Transmaxing. That's actually what's happening. Okay. Because you'll just make a better woman than you did a man. Okay, so where are we at here?
Open it to you. What do you think about some of the points Blair
All right,
raised?
Blair, so you said a lot there. I'm going to try to just respond to it respectfully as we're going through there.
So that's the responding to it respectfully thing that I was talking about. So this is where the disagreement is occurring. So she says to disagree respectfully. So let's see where I can put this. Here, I suppose. Okay, no, it would actually be here in summary. She's now going to can I put another summary? No. She's going to respond to all of this. Okay, and I'm going to no. Can I not go? Yeah, no. Not boundary. Summary. Yeah, there we go. It's not a summary. I'm going to change this format to Brianna's color. And this is her response to all of that. And we will go and put in lines that help us figure it out. Okay, so her response.
So
first of all, I'm going to actually put here respectfully respond. In which case, I will put the little call out here and say akin to Blair's not taking shots at Brianna. Okay, so it's like respectfully, she said, and she's making friends with Blair. It's fine. Okay.
Well, you made this broad claim that you've never heard, like the only reason to transition when you're like younger is aesthetic.
Okay, so that was her main thing, right? I think that she has that is the way that it was worded, so I can't blame her for jumping on that. It is the way that Blair worded it. Oh, I haven't heard any examples that are beyond aesthetic, but she herself made an argument beyond for the aesthetics are not good enough. Here, Brianna is basically saying, no, the trauma is worth it. So is the reason I would go for early transition. So I don't think it's an exact disagreement. It's not right there. It's just she just picked up on the way that this is worded here. So she's responding to this. That's actually counter arguments to aesthetic. Okay, and I will put a relationship back here so we know what we're talking about, where she went. Sorry. Oops. Not this one here. This there. Can I change you? Thank you. There. Undo. Move you. Fine. I'll get rid of you. Here. That's a response. See respond here. Okay.
Let me tell you a story I've seen. It is a friend of mine, a very, 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 very close family member that has transitioned. This is someone who is, she was autistic, and when she was very, very young, started like throwing the spaghetti across the room and saying, "I'm a girl," right? Was just broken down, really miserable. She got help. She transitioned through one of these clinics. And for me personally, like just watching her go and integrate into dance class and having these normal experiences with girls her age.
That was as a minor?
Yes, as a minor. What's really remarkable to me is when I talk to her, she's just a normal teenage girl. Like she sidestepped all of this trauma that set my life wildly off course. So
okay, so that's where she is saying it's more than trauma is like sweet memories. Well, this is actually where Blair kind of goes with. She's like, you're gonna have memories, you're gonna have trauma, no matter what. So her counter argument is she brings up the anecdote of family friend, close friend, minor child that's transitioned, has had experiences, normal child experiences as a girl. Bypassed all this trauma. Oh, sidestepped. She says that she sidestepped all this trauma that set my life off course. So because she fuck off. Sorry about the white screen again. Because she thinks that this child is better off. It's beyond aesthetics. It's that when they are because they're a child, they get normal child experience. My opinion is that that child is not normal. Don't. I'm sorry, your child is actually not ever going to be exactly like the other children. That's not what your child is about. That's not what a trans kid is. They're never going to have a normal life. They have a completely different life to that of someone who is cis. That doesn't make them any less valuable, but you can't pretend that it's fine. It's all good. Your child is going through something fucking massive if they're going to be transitioning. They're not going to have, oh, it looks nice when they go to dance class and all of that stuff. No, you're still going to, we're not going to ever get to the point where a penis and a vagina are looked at in the same way. Not in this lifetime, not in the next, not in centuries. It's not going to happen. We are dimorphic. Language. June here? No, June's not here. I'm so scared. Let's be ableist towards good night, Benjamin. Okay, so set my life off course. The trauma that set my life off course. Okay, cool. So I understand that she cares about this trade-off. She's like, early transition equals less trauma. Therefore, let it happen. Where I'm more like, nah.
Look, I am 47. Obviously, there's a lot more to being a woman than being hot. This is a lesson most people learn in their 30s.
So she's responding to this counter argument to aesthetics. So it's, well, there's a lot to being a woman than being hot. There she's referring to possibility. A lot to being a which I agree with. Just because you look exactly like a woman, that doesn't mean you're suddenly living the reality of a woman. That's not, you're a trans person, number one, but also there is a way that women work and a way that men work, and don't deny that. You have to be inhabiting that.
30s, you've got to have other stuff to evaluate yourself from. So truly, like when I'm talking about this, it is saying I want people to be able to have these experiences and to sidestep this trauma and this guilt and this self-loathing.
She was going to say, I want these children. Listen.
Yourself from. So truly, like when I'm talking about this, it is saying I want these children. People to be able to
children
have these experiences and to sidestep this trauma and this guilt.
To sidestep this trauma.
Guilt and this self-loathing that I think
she thinks that early transition means it would be sidestepping self-loathing, self-loathing. What is it?
To be able to have these experiences and decide
guilt, self-loathing, guilt. Experience being part of the community. Yeah, I think that could easily cause even more problems for a child, because at the fundamental core of all of it, your child is not going through general life. Your child is not going through puberty normally. Then their body is not developing normally. Your child is as good as intersex then. Your child is down the path of having to deal with a major medical condition from the beginning. They're just never going to have a normal life. I want them to have the least traumatic life ever, but it seems like that's a bit of a rose-tinted view of how that child's life is going to be. Rather just have a femboy child that is accepted just as he's a boy, but he's rather feminine. Maybe at some point he's going to transition. Who knows? Maybe that's a new kind of way we treat that child. But absolutely, you are pushing your child into a certain box at that point. It just doesn't. Anyway. They're getting bullied. Wouldn't transitioning early and not passing be a source of trauma? Yeah, that's a good point. That's basically what Blair is saying, is like, listen, you could still early transition and go through and still come out the other end not looking like Blair White. Wow. Just because you're wearing the clothes and acting like a woman does not give you the exact experience of a woman, are the words that led to a bad breakup I had with an ex. Yeah, I don't think that's fair. That what that person did is took that comment and said that means that you hate trans people. That means that you don't care about that experience that trans person has. One of the things that Blair seems to be championing, and what really resonates with me, is that being a trans person is a completely different kind of person, and it's a person that you can integrate and be. So you don't have to invalidate a trans person. Validating women doesn't mean invalidating trans people. There's nothing wrong with the idea of a trans person. I don't see. Can we not accept that as a thing, rather than it doesn't exist? Like, no, it's a real woman. It's like, no, Blair is a different creature. Isn't that cool? I say we let people transition at 30 when they become wizards. It's safer and magic will definitely help. There you go. It's society's fault because the trans kid felt that. Okay, so I'm wearing makeup right now. It's society's fault that I'm wearing makeup. It's society's fault that I literally, genuinely look at myself and feel better when I've put on makeup. What do I want to alter society to the point that aesthetics are not a thing? It's just stupid to even try to contend that that's how we got to change things. It doesn't. They only become wizards if they stay virgins. Oh, okay, virgins. Yeah, it's very nice and convenient to blame society for a lot of things. And then not, and then what? You live in society. What are you going to do?
Stuff, this trauma and this guilt and this self-loathing that I think you can just interact with the community, and it's everywhere. Also here, though, I really want to be clear and acknowledge something you said, Brad, which was, how do we know which of these kids that say they're girls at a young age are going to grow up? The mathematical truth is 9 out of 10 of what you would call HSTS trans people is going to grow out of it.
So how many? What? How many?
9 out of 10 of what you would call say they're girls at a young age are going to grow up. The mathematical truth is 9 out of 10 of what you would call HSTS trans people is going to grow out of it.
Okay, so out of that, and then she's got the number of people changing their minds, basically, of growing out of it. Be 9 out of 10. So she's like, if we made stringent standards, then it would be fine.
I would interview John Michael Bailey the other day.
Can you explain what that means, though?
Sure.
HSTS.
Oh boy, we can go to the typology. Homosexual.
Yeah, no, you don't get to just go. No, explain it. Nicely done, Brad. HSTH. Okay, what is HSTH? Homosexual, transsexuals,
homosexual, transsexuals, basically identifying at a young age. You know, his book, he starts off with like kind of the classical.
So homosexual, transsexuals. What is it? A 9 out of 10? 9 out of 10 homosexual trans. Are you saying 9 out of 10 homosexual transsexuals changes their mind?
Identifying at a young.
Explain what that means, though.
Sure.
HSTS.
Oh boy, we can go to the typology. I would 9 out of 10 of what you would call, say, they're girls at a young age are going to grow up. The mathematical truth is 9 out of 10 of what you would call HSTS trans people.
HS, homosexual, transsexual people. Did she say? 9 out of 10 grow out of it. So you're telling me 9 out of 10 grow out of it, but you still want them. So you want your standards to take that 9 out of 10. You want that window, that 1 out of 10. You want the 1 out of 10 to still make it through. I just don't have enough facts. I'm a bit out of patience on arguments that hinge upon making brands sweeping changes because of a tiny minority of cases that are hardly reaching 1% of the population. Yeah. Why did I put on makeup? I put on makeup for all of the reasons for today's topic, but also because it helps as well. Makeup helps. It makes my face less irritating to behold.
People is going to grow out of it. You know, I would interview John Michael Bailey.
So number of people growing out of it would be 9 out of 10 homosexual, transsexual. So you're telling me that 9 out of 10, and then she says she's John Michael Bailey. Grew out of it. Okay, so these are arguments that would turn to don't transition the kids, but I think her next thing is just, okay, fine, get the 1 out of 10.
Bailey the other day.
Can you explain what that means, though?
Sure.
HSTS.
Oh boy, we can go to the typology. Homosexual, transsexuals, basically identifying at a young age. You know, his book, he starts off with like kind of the classical transsexual case, like heels, wearing Barbie dresses, makeup, all that stuff. And at the end of the book, he grows out of it, which was shocking to me reading it. So they're like, it's really critical that if we do have this pathway, that you not do anything permanent until you're somewhat through puberty.
Okay, and this is why we live diagram, because I didn't pick this up before. This is the one thing that she says, do not, it is, you do not do anything permanent until you're somewhat through puberty. Puberty, so now we're going to start disagreeing on whether puberty blockers are permanent. Okay. Right, so I'm with her on this. Don't do anything permanent. So, important not to do anything permanent until you're somewhat, I don't know what somewhat means. What like 16 or somewhat through puberty. Somewhat is a somewhat vague term.
Because a lot of these kids are going to grow up and be gay.
Yes, that is my opinion. That a lot of them are save the gay people. God.
To the kids' point that you brought up, Blair, I really feel you on this. You know, I'm in my.
Okay. Important not to do anything permanent until you're. So for me, my thing is, then no puberty blockers. Okay, and arguably social integration, social transitioning. At least it's not. It's somewhat permanent in terms of what happens to the child in the experiences that child will have. That child is, if you choose to socially transition your child, they're going to go through a certain kind of thing. Then yeah, at least their body won't be changed. I'm on board with that.
My 40s, it is increasingly tough to have so many sisters.
Okay, so if she goes and she responds to the having children. The ability to have children as a reason not to transition. So this is where I have something to say, because as a cis female who does not want children, I honestly, when I was like 18, even, I was looking into sterilization, because I was fucking terrified that I was going to get pregnant, and I just didn't want children. And everybody kept on saying, "Oh, you're going to change your mind," blah blah blah. I got very upset with them, because I was like, "Listen, this is my choice, and they're like, yeah, but what if you change your mind? You have irrevocably changed your body, and you are not able to have children." And I was like, can't I just sign a disclaimer that says I know that I'm making this decision and I can't sue anybody if I change my mind? Like, I sign that disclaimer, and that's the end of it. Like, I think if I go back, I can maybe find that email. I think it might have been in like 2011 or something. I emailed a doctor and I asked them about it, and they are not willing to do it. I was part of a mailing list called Child Free, and as part of like a question for the child free people that I was talking to in that old school mailing list, I was talking to a doctor, and I did say, why can I not just go and get sterilized? It's very difficult. People won't do it for me. And this was back in, like I said, 2010, 2011. So that idea was way not a good idea. Like, no, people won't do it. Apparently now it's become a little bit more common. But either way, they would not allow me to have that done, because it's such a permanent decision to make. And I'm so young. And what, and that was very upsetting. I still don't want children. I'm okay with that. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, don't be sterilizing 16-year-old me because 16-year-old me thinks that she doesn't want children. Holy shit face. Like, the friends that I have that have children now that had different opinions earlier, no. So I don't take that away from them. Don't fuck around with that. There are alternatives. Birth control. I don't need to be sterilized. So it makes sense. So here, and one of my arguments, yes, was I don't mind if I really want children so badly, I will adopt. That's it. So let me do this. And you know what? If doctors are willing to do it, I think the only thing is you sign that disclaimer that says, I know what I'm doing at this point. I know I've properly considered, and that's it. I cannot litigate against this person. Proper disclaimer. I'm like, go ahead, do it. But yeah, the ability to have children has really resonated with Blair. Blair wants to have her biological material. Yeah, I got 2 girls already. Exactly, I do. I've got 2 girls, 2 beautiful girls. They can be untied too. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, she said no too. Yeah. They won't even give you, even if you're like 35 or something, they won't let you get a vasectomy or anything. They often will not let you get a vasectomy if you have 1 child. A lot of the time they will try not to give you a vasectomy because they expect you to have 2 children, your 2.5 children, whatever. So they are. People should be saving one's eggs. Well, that's the thing. That's what Blair is upset about, is she wasn't saving her sperm. I was at such a point that I was like, I could have saved eggs and then got sterilized, but I was like, I don't even feel the need for that. But I guess if it was a requirement to get sterilized, I suppose that's what I would have done. How expensive they are now? Yeah, they've always been expensive. So anyway, the ability to have children, I was also very much like, oh no, I want to study the relationship with adoptive parents and all of that, because the whole thing of having to be the biological parent is bullshit. You can still be a good parent if you're an adoptive parent, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I would rather have that compromise. That, oh no, I was an adult when I decided. Sure, I was a stupid adult, but it was my decision. I decided that I wanted to take this away from this ability away from myself. I considered the alternatives, and I continued. But me at 16 thought that she was okay. She could totally go and have sex. No, that was not. I only landed up having sex when I was 19. But when I was 16, I was like, oh, 16's a good age, I'm sure. No, it isn't. Anyway, not for me, it was. I think if I wanted to get my arm cut off at 20, I don't think I would be allowed to do that, to be honest. Listen, I don't think you'll be allowed at 40, unless you've got gangrene going there.
Girlfriends, they've got kids, and I don't. My friend group is people in their 20s and 30s, which is weird.
So this could be traumatic, couldn't it? Couldn't this be traumatic for her? Wouldn't that be traumatic? For Blair, that's quite a sore spot, is that I'm not going to have a biological child of my own. That's saved. That I could have saved myself that trauma of not having of having to adopt a child. I wanted to have my legacy live on. Now I've had to deal with that trauma. She says here that no, it's okay. She wasn't going to have children anyway. Adoption. So basically she brings up adoption, and knew she was into men at 14 or something. So it wasn't going to child anyway. So he wasn't going to have a traditional child anyway. Yeah.
So I hear you on that, but I also know, like, I knew I liked men as soon as puberty hit. Like, there is no like future I ever had where I was going to date and marry a woman and have children. Like, that's just.
That's not what Blair is talking about. Blair is talking about actually having a surrogate or something like that. Those are ways that gay people live now.
Is not the case for a lot of the kids that are going to have like onset gender dysphoria. And
so she's saying gender dysphoria, kids that have gender dysphoria aren't going to have kids anyway. Aren't going to have children anyway. So you're going to take that away. You're going to take that risk that they're not. You're going to have all of these gay guys running around that are actually no. They landed up being sterilized.
I myself was adopted. I think there are other pathways to being a parent there. As far as, waiting to be 18, I would remind you that Trump's executive order makes you wait until 19.
Okay, so she says it's not 18. So that means that I don't think Brianna thinks she's got like this gotcha here. She's just saying that, by the way, Trump's executive order makes the age 19, not 18. And I love Blair's response here. She's like, fine, if it means that the child that we're not going to abuse children, then make the 18-year-old wait until they're 19.
From other things he said, it also stops children from getting social support at school if they're socially.
Okay, so it also stops socially transitioning, stops schools from socially children. And Blair has a great response as well to this.
Transitioning and trying again to sidestep that guilt. I think you and I probably agree that gender ideology needs to be out of school.
Okay, so she agrees that gender ideology should be out of school. But she wants children to be able to socially transition.
But if a parent is making a decision, a healthcare decision for their child and wants to socially transition them, I think that's a parental rights issue. So
gender, but so it should be out of school, but parents should be able to decide whether they socially their child. You know what? Fine. I suppose you can maybe try that out. I think it's risky as well.
I feel like I was kind of scattershot and just grabbing all these things
Blair,
you went off
let's
of.
get into the specifics of the order there. I mean, do you think?
Okay, so they're going to go into the specifics of the order at some point. No, this is the second details. This is a detailed part. Anyway. Do you think that she would? This is my question. This is my question, Rex. Do you think she would be saying all this if they won the election? I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know if she'd be quiet. The point is that because the slope would benefit her. I don't think she would. I don't know. I don't know if she would be fighting for the gay kids. I don't know. When advanced cybernetics gets invented. Well, let it get invented. Then we can talk.
I think it's a problem that it limits it till 19 in the executive order.
I would have preferred 18, but in a world where there's, you know, children being transitioned, where you have women's sports being destroyed, where you have all the things we complain about, the excesses of the movement, I'm not going to be splitting hairs and be like, I need to fight for it to be lowered a year. You know what I mean? It's like, would I prefer 18? Yeah, you know.
Okay, so I'll just put here, Blair. What? Against set. And I'm getting hungry because it's almost 1 o'clock. How long have we been going? 3 hours, yeah. She was turning before the election. She still wanted Kamala to be, what's her name? Elected. Okay, Dixon's it. Would prefer 18, but the alternative is children. So prepare. So 19 is okay. So okay with.
Would I prefer it to be 19 if it means that 13-year-olds aren't getting double mastectomies? Yeah, sorry, hell yeah. You know, so like I'm.
This is an NPR.
Yeah. Okay. For 18, right. Restriction is better. 13-year-olds. Yeah. Okay. Go Blair for these things.
It's okay. It's
yeah. There's something to be said about picking your battles, and I'm not going to make the difference between 19 and 18 my battle. Someone else can do.
So yeah, she's saying pick your battles. Okay, it's not the battle she picks. It's not the hill she's gonna down.
Do that, you know, but there's just bigger things here. As far as Brianna, what you mentioned about other pathways to have children, you mentioned adoption.
Yeah.
And I think adoption is a beautiful thing. I just think that you should not be in a position where you have to, or you're expected to choose that when you are a child yourself.
See? Do you see? That is the golden moment of Blair in this. Sorry, you are a child at that moment. Can you imagine? You're making a child decide at that point whether they're going to be a biological parent or not. Considering how many people change their minds about having children since I was talking about it, yeah, don't be letting children make that decision for themselves. It was frustrating at 19 to not be able to make that decision, but I got through, didn't get pregnant. Okay, so where am I with this? Amazing stuff here. Prefer 18, but also parenting, or not parenting, becoming a parent. Can't make a child make the decision about being a parent when they are a child, themselves a child. So I'm going back to what you said, Brianna, where it's don't do anything permanent. Don't do anything permanent. So you guys agree? Just went to check. Wu was pushing back on trans activists in a video from September 11th with counterpoints. So at least she was on the right track. That's good. That's good. So then maybe she would still have been. Link StreamYard, please, CC. My StreamYard, the StreamYard is in terms of the referral link, that's in the description. Xavier. When you are a kid, you can barely take care of yourself. Would you then want to pop a smaller you out of you?
I just think it doesn't make sense. And so I think that that's a decision, whether it's adoption or, you know, for me, when I said that I wish I would have had more information about the sterilizing effects of the hormones, I meant that I wish I would have literally saved my DNA and possibly used it somewhere else. So, because I'm not into women either. I'm in a relationship with a man. So it would have been something just using my DNA. I think that...
So she just clarified that she would use her DNA. She would have kept her DNA. That we spoke about that.
So the story you mentioned about the teenage trans person that you know, I just would push back and say it's nothing about that person, obviously. So if they're watching, it's no disrespect. But
sure.
This is, if I understand, still a minor that you're discussing in the present.
Okay, so trans teenager. So she's responding to the trans teenager person with the anecdote. There, she's responding to that. Okay.
Yeah. So there's really no way of knowing if, in adulthood, this is going to be something, especially when it comes to...
No way of knowing in adulthood. There's no way of knowing in adulthood how much trauma that person is going through. You don't know that. We don't know that for anyone. She's making the determination one way. So that when Brianna, when she disagrees, look at her smile.
Autistic way of knowing if, in adulthood, this is what you're discussing in the present.
Yeah.
So there's really no way of knowing if, in adulthood, this is going to be something, especially when it comes...
No way of knowing in adulthood this is going to be something. She's pushing back because she's saying for her there was no way, absolutely no way she would have a different life.
To autistic people.
See, so that seems like Brianna does that. I've noticed that in the Piers Morgan as well. She opens her mouth and go when she doesn't agree with you.
No, still a minor that you're discussing in the present.
Yeah.
So there's really no way of knowing if, in adulthood, this is going to be something, especially when it comes to...
Yeah, she wants to disagree there, but she keeps quiet.
Autistic people, our brains actually, if you look it up, because
Also because she's autistic, so no way of knowing there's going to be something. I'll just put a note here that disagree face from Brianna. And no way of knowing in adults that this will be something, especially if they are autism. The person that was mentioned is autistic. So here, that's actually autistic. There's no way of knowing adulthood. There's going to be something. Disagree phase. Autistic. Autism.
I have a touch of the tism as well, and that's a very common trans thing. But
autism and trans. Often comorbid.
Our brains develop at a bit of a slower rate.
See, this is the coldness that Blair has, because she's like, really? I didn't know that about you. Like Brianna's just being nice, and Blair's like, I'm busy. She's busy talking.
In a way that makes sense.
Do you?
Our brains develop.
She's not responding. She's just like, our brains develop differently.
At a bit of a slower rate, not in a way that makes us less intelligent.
Comorbid, autistic, brain development is different. So waiting until 18 makes sense. Okay, so she's got that more. I'm with you on that one, Blair. Save the autistic children, please. Save the tomboys. Save the gay boys. Save everyone, boys.
But, the parts of the brain that, are having to do with executive function, long-term reasoning, long-term decisions, those things actually develop later than the average person, than an allistic person. And so I'm not saying, like I said, that I want it, in your 20s until you're fully developed, but I'm saying that I just think it's too dangerous to leave it to kids, especially when it's
I like that wording. Too dangerous to leave it to kids. And obviously that is not exactly what Brianna is advocating for. She just wants clinical stuff and all the doctors to help have the pathway. And it's just not, Blair is like, that's not how, that doesn't work that way.
Mostly autistic kids transitioning, and their brains develop even slower than allistic children. I can't remember if there's anything else I wanted to address in that.
I do want to agree with you strongly. Like this explosion of autistic people in the community. Like,
so she wants to agree with the autistic thing. Explosion. People in the community.
I think like every part of this is really understudied. And Blair, you're only 10 years in.
Agree. Explosion of autism is understudied. Okay, so what I would argue there is, yeah, it's understudied, cool, but let's not sacrifice all the children to such studies, unless you want to be, evil. Autistic's another layer on top of the complex hormones that brain gets during puberty. Hopefully that worked out for the best. Guy in the middle is still just like, God, why the fuck did I agree to this? He just stares the whole time. He doesn't really like. He's listening though. That's his focus space.
I'm 20 years in. Like this just was not a thing 20 years ago.
So again, just a social note of you're 10 years in. I'm 20 years in. I don't know this. It's just like it's a credential discussion. I just want to note it, like statements. Again, like it's very interesting. They both refer to how long people are in the transition. It's just it's contextualizing. Obviously, it's not like the end of the world that they say these things. It's just noteworthy. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm 20 years in. Okay, this wasn't. So now she's trying to say this wasn't a thing when I was transitioning. She's like, it wasn't a thing for me. Autistic in trans community, not as prevalent. Okay, she's and Blair agree.
It wasn't even a thing when I started 10 years ago, respectfully.
It's really.
So she also did it respectfully, by the way. She also did it respectfully. So we're using each other's words, yeah. So Blair is she's not friends with you yet. She's not friends with you yet, which you can see. She's okay. She's not enemies. Hey, Hypnotic! Good to see you. You still awake? Holy crap. If I remember correctly, last time I tried to study, people said, why are you focused on social contagion? They tried to study, you're always awake. Yeah, I guess that's what happens when you're hypnotic. They probably have, there's no need to, Brad hasn't needed to moderate, but when he has spoken, it's been great. Like the questions he's asked and everything, they've been really functional. I've loved it. He really hasn't needed to do it. We'll look at more of his debates. He's literally, the segment or this kind of show is called Brad versus Everyone. So I wonder if there's parts where he's not just been a moderator, where he's actually I'm a new subscriber to him. So anyway, Hypnotic, are you going to be transing the kids? I'm kidding.
Surprising. Yeah, I'm not sitting here saying that like someone with autism shouldn't transition. I can't make that call. I'm just saying it's different. And this is, I think, the criticism that you and I share, which is that, you know, the progressive fringe will say the science is settled, the science is settled, the science is settled. It's not settled.
Okay. It was settled. She was part of the progressive fringe, and she was saying that the science was settled. She admitted that earlier, if I'm not mistaken.
Cohorts today are wildly different. And Blair, you know, I a while back was really curious, like, why on earth did the DSM-5 change all these definitions from when I transitioned to today?
Okay, so this is an extra thing, which I thought this was quite interesting. It's very true. The DSM changed from wanting change gender. Well, she'll explain. Okay, but now how am I going to structure this? That's the question. Where are we putting this? It's like it's fragmented. Like it's not part of the next section. But I guess it's over here. Why can't this group it's over there? 18. I guess it's over here. What she is talking about is DSM-5 change. But this is also like a thing that has come about recently, is like you're not even allowed to call this a mental disorder anymore, as if that somehow makes it wrong. It's okay if it's a mental disorder, since when are mental disorders? Aren't we destigmatizing those? Okay.
It's just pick your own gender. You can create your own gender in here.
So it was from changing gender, switching gender between male and female, to switching from gender at birth. That honestly, that's the DSM I learned, that it was you want to change the sex of you are not happy with the binary that you are in. Non-binary was not a thing. Okay, non-binary did not come into trans. It makes sense, right? Literally, it's you're calling yourself transsexual. You are transitioning from one to the other. So you will, of course, believe in there being two genders by default. But then all the crazies came along and decided that that's not what being trans is. And then on top of that, they decided anyone who thinks that being trans is about wanting to change from one gender to another, that means you're transphobic. So by the way, sorry, you actually suddenly don't care about trans people. Just, suddenly look at the diagram of this, okay? Everybody that was caring about trans people and gay people suddenly became the Nazis. They were like, no, because we changed the idea of what trans. Oh, anyway, I need to articulate this somehow in the summary video, Jinsia, please. In which case, I actually will click the B button. Apparently, that is a hotkey for a marker. Marker created. Yeah, we got stream markers now in StreamYards, boys. Kitty, maybe ask Hypnotic to come on Thinkers. He's a YouTuber. He's a massive YouTuber. I know. Hypnotic definitely would be an asset on Thinkers. Don't worry. Doing a Hypnotic themed think would be absolutely incredible. But I haven't had the guts to do that sort of request. But thanks for putting it right in his face. I could have hidden it from him. I'm not massive. Yes, you are. You're a big, big boy, Hypnotic. May I transition from biological male to trans male? Yes, because everything goes. Oh, sorry, no, that's the alternative universe where Trump didn't win. That's what C said. I know, I did it on purpose. I knew what I was saying. I typed that in Twitch chat to be invisible. Oh, that's why you hand. Then put it in my no. If it must be invisible, Foxroo, put it in my Discord, love. You know that even if you Discord me, I might land up saying it on stream. I'm not blaming you, Joe. I'm not blaming you, Sneem. It's my fault. I shouldn't have read it out. If I was so worried about Hypnotic, then I shouldn't have read it out. I discorded you. Don't be discording. I'm not going to read it now. I'll discord after. I'm already distracted enough by chat. Okay. Where we at? Switching to gender being male and female to switching to gender birth to any made up. Bun self is a thing now. And you know what? Maybe it's a good thing I didn't go for I didn't try again to be a psychologist, because I might be working with that kind of DSM. I think you'll get some big YouTubers on if you go back to the bowl cut. Ship, you won't even hear properly for the bowl cut. You won't even hear. Okay, I suppose you can go to the videos and look at the bowl cut me. But anyway. It is about Brianna, at least. Well, I will respond to you when the time comes. DSM-5 change for... Okay, let's go, guys. We are like almost 3.5, 4 hours in. I might have to revisit this tomorrow morning. Yeah, I'll start tomorrow at... I'll start an hour earlier tomorrow and then go through it. So let's get this stream to 4 hours, and then I'll stream again tomorrow morning. But then I have to go and do some Thinkers prep, and then we'll be back on for Thinkers. So, okay, anyway.
Was there a study showing that non-binary people benefit from medicalization?
So it's just adding the non-binary again against non-binary things. Non-inclusion in gender dysphoria. disagreement. She's got a disagreement with that, which is like, thank you. Suppose non-binary people are just queer people. Don't have to medicalize it.
What was that methodology? I really dug into it. And it turns out that they just wanted a memo to make it easier for therapists to write whatever diagnosis they want. So they lowered it to 2 out of 6 criteria and changed.
So the 2 out of 6 criteria, it's from 2 to 6 criteria, and done in order to make it easier, make diagnosis easier, memo easier. Okay, that's what gives me the ick about systems, man. You need them, but they can be so shit.
Changed it from want to be the other gender to or a gender that you create, which is just the shittiest science in the entire world. That's completely
I think Brianna's using this time to just show where she agrees with Blair, which is fine. But when it comes to, I want us to talk about the permanent. Let's talk about the trauma, sidestepping trauma, reasoning that she's got.
justifiable. So I'm fully in agreement with you that this whole thing has been politicized, and we deserve better science.
Okay, it's been politicized, so she's getting better at just saying it. The whole thing. I'm in agreement. I'll say I'm in agreement. Oh fuck. Whole thing has been politicized. She has all the right pieces, but she hasn't fully put them together yet. Yes, that's what I'm feeling. That's exactly what I'm feeling with her. It's like she's got them all there, but she like she said, speaking of the right pieces, she literally said, don't do anything permanent. But but she's talking about this, like social transitioning. She should be a bit more clear about this. It sounds too much like she's arguing for puberty blockers on kids. Whole thing is politicized. We need better science. Okay.
Considering medical transition deserves better science. I think where I differ from you is I'm coming to you with a solution easily 80 to 90% reduction. And I just think like the politics here.
Okay, where they disagree. The way they disagree, which I agree they disagree, is that the solution, they disagree on the solution, is to reduce transition. No, all or nothing. I understand she doesn't want to do all or nothing thinking, but when it comes to children, there's no exceptions, boy.
Are driving the decision, because the Cash report did show that we can't strongly say that transitioning children helps them, but all.
Okay, she says can't say transitioning helps children, hurts them. Sorry, children, but can't. Does she say socially? No, but can't. But also can't say it harms them. Shoo-wee.
Also, report did show that we can't strongly say that transitioning children helps them.
I think it's important, and we didn't have this in this conversation, so let me put this as a note. Important to distinguish what is meant by transitioning children. So maybe Brad here should have said, guys, just remember when you say transitioning children, what do you mean? Do you mean socially transitioning? Do you mean biologically? Do you mean puberty blockers or not? Because let's get into the nuanced discussion. We've got two transsexual people. They clearly believe that being trans is a thing. Cool. Let's ask them what transitioning should look like. And when they disagree on the transitioning children debate, what kind of transitioning? We do get to it in the next part a little bit.
It also showed that we can't strongly show that transitioning hurts them, which to me indicates we need more science on this. And this is the frustrating part of the Trump executive.
Yeah, cool. We need more science on this, but again, let's not sacrifice all the children to that science. Let's not just throw all the gay boys. They just throw all the little gay boys on there and all the tomboys. Just screw up all the children. Let's do that. No, because let's have better science. Cool. I'm in agreement with you, but let's err on the side of caution, not on the side of sterilizing everybody.
Orders is it's prohibiting fuller research on this, which is not very constructive.
Okay, so problem with executive order prohibits getting research, so science won't improve. Okay, so that's what's frustrating about it, and that is when they go into it. They go to start talking about the. Let's get Brad's question. I think he says it, and then I think we will. No, it's still the debate. No, the future of trans medicine. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so there will be more research to come out of other countries that will continue to allow clinical trials. But what do you make of that specifically, Blair?
Okay, so that's where I'm going to stop, guys. Today. So we got through this first thing. This section here is the future of trans medicine, or details of Trump's executive order. This thing over here. Where are we at? We've got debate over banning transition for kids, the future of trans medicine. So it's actually the futures of trans medicine. The future of trans medicine. So that is the first. I'll put this here at 24. We're at 24 minutes. In 4 hours, we did 24 minutes, boys. Future of trans medicine. Good stuff. Please nerd out with me further as we summarize what we're doing, what we've done. Xmind link. I will have to upload it because remember, this is the program. Maybe tomorrow I'll do the live. I'll do it actually. I'll sign in and do it live. We'll do it live. So you can chill with me on the page there. So remember, this is the program currently. Great stream, sister. Thanks, Lucifer. Say hello to the girls for me. Give them treats. So yeah, this at the moment is where we're at. We've had most of the main topics come up. Really. This over here, I think, is what's coming in the next chapter. Basically, is about human rights, parents' rights, all of that. That is kind of what's going to come up. But at the moment, what we've been exposed to is the mostly how to change your mind. It's there. We know how Blair and Brianna agree, and that's a good thing. Basically, we know that Blair is like never transition the kids. We haven't spoken about social transition in this episode, in this section. So we'll do that tomorrow because that's where they do talk about it in the next section. But yeah, Brianna has really tried to build the bridge with Blair here, and I guess that's okay. It's a good thing. This is the how to change your mind bit that I'm talking about. admit you're wrong. Admit you were wrong. But at the moment, at first I thought she did very well at admitting she's wrong and changing her mind and all of that. But now that we've gone into it a little bit more in depth, I'm still wanting a little bit more from Brianna. And I'm still a bit confused as to whether she wants puberty blockers for children or not. Yeah. Small summary is Blair says, let's use common sense. Let's not trans the kids. And Brianna's like, well, yeah, let's not trans the kids, but there's also these other kids that are like a little bit transable, so we could trans them. Obviously, I'm being facetious. She's a lot more caring about that. She's saying we would be saving a lot of children from a lot of trauma if they transitioned early. That's her main argument. I disagree. One of the main things is they're gonna be traumatized no matter what. But hey, I'm not telling anybody how to live their lives. I'm just telling everybody how to live their lives. Right. Let's go to the normal webcam just to say goodbye to everybody. Thank you for chilling with me for the past 4 hours or almost 4 hours. We will continue with this tomorrow, an hour earlier than we started yesterday. So there'll be more of you awake, hopefully. We'll continue with this and finish, hopefully, get to at least something. And then the video has to come out. The summary video that will... I'm basically going to merge the video of with Brianna Wu on Piers Morgan with this video. Just a little... make it into like maybe a 20-minute, 15-minute video. Who knows when that's going to come out, but look out for it. And do you do those drawings offline? Oh shit! Thank you very much, darling. That's true. I can actually... we have a few minutes anyway, so let us go. You're so right, darling. The goal was achieved. How could I forget? Thank you, darling. I will do it online. Instead of diagramming, I'm gonna have to get my XP pen out. Do I have Clip on here? Clip Studio? Not... why is Clip Studio... oh, I don't have I have to get the app. Just hold on. Clip Studio Paint. There we go. I'm not going to do them offline. We did make our goal. In our 3 hours, we did get those 5 super chats. So I have to do... BMO's the only one that actually gave me a prompt. You know, I can just do it on Paint. I'll just do it on Paint for now. Don't need to do Clip Studio Art. So let's put Paint up here. And on OBS, we will change it to, instead of Xmind... first of all, let's just save this. Okay. And let's get Paint up. And you know what? I'll put our drawing music on, boys. Let's put the drawing music. Oh no, it's not in the studio. Feeding the ducks is not available. Let's wait, let's do it here. There you go. Okay. Why is it not letting me? It's not letting me share my hold on, let's get a display application window capture. There you go. Paint. Why is it not working? Sit. See how I expected? I didn't expect us to make the goal, so I didn't even think about it. Fit to screen. And it's not showing. Oh, it's not showing nicely. Look what it's doing. Ugh. You guys aren't even seeing it. Just hold on. Go. There. Why is it not showing? It doesn't want to show paint. Maybe I should just go into Gartic and just do it myself. Aww. Yeah, look what it does. Stupid. I suppose I'll have to. Shall I do it offline? Boo, feed the ducks. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe I'll go to Gartic. I'll do it myself. There must be a bunch of browser painting things right. Yeah, there must be. But want to try? Playability is better. Yes, I do want to play by myself. Hold on! There we go. Okay. Phrasing. Okay, so the whole thing was what did it was Blair as transformer. That was if I go to the start one. My prompt Blair White is transformer robot. Okay, that's offensive. That's why he did it. What? Oh. Hold on. Wow. This is really taking it out of me. I should have just quit while I was ahead. I didn't even get it until you said that. Until I said it was offensive. Okay, why is it paint not working? Will Notepad let me? No, not Notepad. Draw. Doing a draw, thumbnails. You know what? I can go on Canva. I can go on Canva and draw. Boys! Why did it take me that long to notice that I could go on Canva? Let's go. Whiteboards. It's whiteboard. Unlimited space. Okay. Cool. And let's go to draw. Sweet. Microsoft Paint wasn't working, darling. Nico. It wasn't working. So I've got my pen here. And there's supposed to be 3. So, I did give priority. I said that Lucy, because they were the earlier super chatters could have given me a prompt, but BMO was the only one that did. So whoever's in chat now, you can give me a prompt. And because the goal was, the celebration was that I do 3 drawings. So the first drawing, BMO has given us the prompt. Let's put the text here. Blair White as transformer robot. Okay, and like if I'm thinking of the way I want to do it, I just want to do this really hot robot. I woke up just to say hi. Bye, Kitty Chat. Well, good morning and then good night. Or good evening. Good afternoon. Okay. 1. Blairimus Prime. She is the primest of Blairs. Okay. Okay. Then let us draw. Go to draw, go to draw. See how it's going. Drawing. No, no, no. Come, give me the pen. Okay. Okay, it's fun. Why blue? Let's change the color then. Black. Okay. So now, okay, defining characteristic. See, now this is all. Just think about this. It's this is Gothic phone. So just remember, I'm not going to be drawing very well. So Blair has to have this amazingly long hair. But how would robot hair look? I suppose it can have robot hair. If I go back, robot hair is more like this. It's more angular. Okay. Okay, that would be the head. And then, whoa! Triangle. Does taking estrogen make your hair thicker? I don't think so. I know that my pill does not make my hair go thicker. It makes it thinner. Oh! Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, normal birth control does have estrogen in it. No, that's Ooh. Yeah, you've got to have still robot lips. Gotta have them lips. No. Yes, we could. Yes. No, her hair's supposed to be black anyway. Sorry, I changed my mind. What? How would the robot eyes look? They still have to be winged eyeliner, right? So she still has to have the winged eyeliner, but it must be still robot-y. Like, must still be headlights. Oh, this is very sad. Okay. Then she has to have a skinny little neck. No, that's not. This drawing is going to haunt my nightmares. I'm so happy, Ship. That's what it's going to do for you. But I want breastises. Robo boobies. You know what? I should have gotten a female transformer. Let's go female. No, female Gundam. Yeah, it's got hips. There we go. This is look, guys, this is what I was trying to do. Look. Come on. There's my reference. Huh? It's uncanny. It's uncanny. Okay, let's go. I've still got my references. Let's go. And it actually, you would want the USA sort of coloring actually. And yet you can't play Pictionary. I can't. I'm very bad at Pictionary. There we go. She needs pink armor. Whoa! Even the boobs. The robot doesn't even have boobs. This robot does. Because you have to show that it's a female. Pink. How am I still awake at this hour? It is 1:30 in the afternoon. Who are you talking to? There we go. I could make this thicker so that my coloring's better. Maybe I should make her mouth different. Nah, it's 2:30 a.m. Why are you awake? Okay. Good night. Good night. It's 8:30 p.m. Right, so how did Wednesday go? Ship. Okay, change color. No. Yes, I'm only I don't know. I have to. Nobody else is given a prompt. Is this good? How is it? 50. Aren't minutes always the same? Yeah. I don't know. No, did somebody say pretty chill if you want me to lots of numbers in our cost. It's fine. I'll live without the lotto as I usually do. I think that's what else makes it Blair coded. I really don't know how to make a robot look like Blair, other than boobs and hips and lips. I suppose if I make her lips, I don't know. Maybe. Prompt: recreate Joe Biden. You ain't Black panel from. That's too much. That's too detailed. Let's change this. Oh, you know what? I should put eyelashes too. There, and put them like 1. Now the robot has eyelashes too. I don't think it does her any justice. Joe Biden, but he's a hot female Gundam. There you go. It worked. Maybe I color in the hair. No, that's not the nice color hair for her. Nah, I don't like it. I'd rather leave her hair to the imagination. Okay. Let's zoom out. Finish the coloring in, maybe. Cheap viewers. Okay, that's my you know what, guys, that'll be my prompt. The Twitch bot gave me a prompt. Right, so I'm gonna star that message. Cheap viewers on blah blah blah. Okay, what will a cheap viewer look like? Cheap viewers. Okay. Hot plate. What do our cheap viewers look like? They are robots, so they go like this as well. Also, my drawing pad is sideways, so that's also why everything is such a fuck up. Let's make that our excuse. Okay. So they're little robots. Is this backspace? No, it's not programmed for backspace. Okay, there. Cheap viewers is square. What kind of square is that, Chinsia? Hold still. They're all robots. It is weird. I've oriented it funny. They're all square. There. If this was in what's the name? In Gothic, this is how I would draw it. Cheap viewers. And they would go, I'm cheap. And then here's the YouTube video. Your video here. There you go. That's cheap viewers. They're little bot viewers. Recreate Starry Night in daytime. Okay, you know what? I can do that. I like that one. Yeah. I want this! Okay, fine. Starry Nights. In daytime. Okay. I'll get the reference. Oh my gosh, just let me copy paste for fuck's sake. Right. Thank you, Zerofax. Okay, Starry Night in Daytime. That's number 3. Okay, let's actually get a... No. Then again, they won't let me draw in it. So just draw. Okay. Last one! And then we can eat lunch. There is a tree. I should have made it green. Let's change it a little bit. Because that's also, if we were Gothic, we'd have maybe a little bit of a darker green. But yeah, it's daytime, so there's the tree in daytime. Let's do the hill. The hills are alive with the sound of ducks being fed. It's uncanny, I know, guys. Don't worry. And then there's little houses. Little foxes on the hillside. There you go. Gordon farting. Nah, too late, darling. Look at my little housey thingies. Bravo. Yes, Serafax. All good. Which one's the original again? Exactly, Big Ship. Really? Oh, wait. We need to have the spire. Oh, whoopsie. This angle, I don't understand what's happening. My movements are not translating. I think I draw better with my mouse at this point. That's the church thing, guys. But now I will put the sun. No, I was filling up your song. The hills are alive with the sound of Gordon's farts. Is that basically what you're saying? The sun is squishy. And then here's a cloudish cloud. And there. I think that's my best picture ever. I'm telling G, yeah, tell him, because he tries to get farts through the noise filtering and everything. He's very happy with being a masterpiece. Thank you. I think that's the best one. True, the sun is famously squishy. Exactly. It's very scientific. Brianna wanted better science, and I got her better science with a squishy thingy. So part of the goal was to have these. These are going to be posted to. I'll screenshot them and post them to Twitter and put them on the Discord for you guys, and also share the link to the diagram. Tomorrow we'll do the live diagram online. Let's stop this feeding the ducks. Okay, everybody. Thanks for chilling with me. Thanks, darling. Thank you for reminding me that we did reach our goal. As much as the goal doesn't look like it, we did. It wasn't counted before. We did reach the goal. We got 5 super chats this stream. So thank you very much. I'm trying to think of tomorrow. We'll see what the reward is. Oh, Nico. Wait, Nico. I only look at the meme section in Discord to show he made Blaine to Miss Pram. Just hold on. Is it in photography and memes? Okay. Nico's memes are the best. Dank. Oh, wow. That's freaking awesome. Look at this. Can I claim this? Can I claim this as a Let me open it. Can I claim this as this is the picture that I drew? This is the picture I drew for Blair to Miss Prime, guys. Yeah, I'll show you this. Ta-da! Huh? Yeah. That's what I was trying to draw. But then again, if it's a transformer, then the hair wouldn't be real hair. So, but yeah, that compared to what I'm going to put on there. Awesome stream. Thank you very much, Big Ship. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And thank you for contributing to the goal. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Well, tomorrow evening for Big Ship. And go back to work. Thanks, darling. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, so tomorrow's stream is going to be more of this, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll be back for Thinkers in the evening, and we are going to be having a follow-up think from last week. We had the Thinkers on true crime. Now we have a witness, basically, to the true crime with David Puff. David Puff is going to come on as our featured thinker. So don't miss that. Okay, thanks. Bye. Have a nice life. I think this is my outro, guys. Go and subscribe, you shit. Yeah, that's my outro. Have a nice life. Bye.